Want to speak real German from your very first lesson? Get instant access with your free lifetime account at langadvance.com.
Willkommen! Welcome back to our third lesson. Shall we start? First of all, let's take another look on the words we learned from our last lesson. Let's read them together. Hallo. Hallo. Ich heiße. Ich heiße. Wie heißt du? Wie heißt du? Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht. Wie geht es dir? Wie geht es dir? Es geht mir gut. Es geht mir gut. Und du? Und du? Ciao. Ciao. Bis bald. Bis bald. Now, if you want to give someone the impression that you are more capable of those small talks, you would need those following words. Bitte means please. Bitte. But bitte means also you are welcome. In this case, you would need to pay a little more attention to see which bitte is the correct one. Danke means thank you. Danke. Danke. You can also say vielen Dank, as in thank you very much. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank. Es tut mir leid means I'm sorry. Es tut mir leid. Entschuldigung means excuse me. Entschuldigung. 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 Gerne means gladly. Gerne. Gerne. At the beginning, it might be hard to understand the differences between es tut mir leid and Entschuldigung. But you don't have to worry about it. It's actually simple. Es tut mir leid is usually used when you do something wrong, or when you hear some bad news and you want to help your friends to feel better. Es tut mir leid. Entschuldigung, on the other hand, is used when you want to apologize for small things, such as bumping into someone. Entschuldigung. Overall, you can say that Entschuldigung is the more informal way to say sorry. Entschuldigung. Let's test ourselves. You are walking in a store and you accidentally bump into someone. You say, Entschuldigung. Correct. Entschuldigung. You are hungry and you ate your roommate's last cookie. She found out today. You say, Es tut mir leid. Correct. Good job. Es tut mir leid. You are sitting in a restaurant and you want some more water, so you need to call over the waiter. You say, Entschuldigung. Great, good job. Entschuldigung. Now, how would the waiter answer you? Gerne. That's right. Gerne. Talking about calling over the waiter, you might also need other words if you want to order something else. Der Kaffee means coffee. Der Kaffee. Das Wasser is water. Das Wasser. Das Wasser. Das Bier means beer. Das Bier. Können Sie mir bringen means can you bring me? Können Sie mir bringen? Können Sie mir bringen? Excellent. Now, let's go over the new words we learned for today. Bitte. Bitte. Danke. Danke. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank. Es tut mir leid. Es tut mir leid. Entschuldigung. 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 Gerne. Gerne. Das Wasser. Das Wasser. Der Kaffee. Der Kaffee. Das Bier. Das Bier. Können Sie mir bringen? Können Sie mir bringen? Gratuliere. And this is the end of our third lesson. See you next time. Bye bye. Welcome, or just like you would say in Germany, willkommen. I'm glad you found your way to this course. Here we are going to learn how to introduce oneself in German, how to have conversations in German, and how to have a great German pronunciation, and much more. Let's start with a quick introduction. My name is Taya and I live in Austria, which is one of the 6 countries where the German language is one of the official language of the country. Those countries are Germany, of course, Austria, this is where I am, Belgium, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, and Luxembourg. So, shall we start? The most important thing when learning any language is to know how to pronounce the letters. That's why we are going to start with the alphabet, or das Alphabet. Let's start with the basic letters, such as A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. J is not pronounced as je, like the English one, but like I. K, L, M, N, O, P, Q. One thing you have to keep in mind with the letter Q is that this letter never comes alone. there's always a U following. R, S, T, U. And this is the letter that usually comes after Q. V, the sound this letter makes is F. V, X, Y. The letter Y and the letter J are pretty similar when it comes to the sound they make. Z. Before we continue, let's try to pronounce those words together, just to make sure we've got everything right. Apfel. Apfel. It means apple. Dose. Dose. Can. Vogel. Vogel means bird. Jacke. Jacke is jacket. And this is where you can see that the letter J is pronounced as Y. Jacke. When you see a C and K together, they are pronounced as K. Jacke. The next word is Wolke. Wolke. Cloud. Uhr. Uhr means clock, and the H in this case is silent. Uhr. And finally, yoga, just like the English version of the word. Yoga. Now we are finished with the basic letters. I want to talk more about the letters that make the German language more special. Those letters are called Umlaut. The first one is A umlaut. It's the same shape as the letter A, but with 2 points above. The sound it makes is A. A. It's like an A, but softer, much softer. A. Those are some words that use this letter. März. März. Männer. Männer means men. Häuser. Häuser means houses. As you can hear, when the letter A umlaut comes before the letter U, together they are pronounced Oi. Häuser. The second letter is O umlaut, a normal O with 2 points above. The sound it makes is Ö. Ö. Start with an O and then try to make your lips a bit closer to each other. Ö. Ö. Öl. Öl means oil. Löwe. Löwe means lion. And öffnen. Öffnen means open. The last letter of the umlauts is U umlaut. This letter is pronounced Ü. To get the sound, start with a normal U and then make your lips even closer to each other. Ü. Ü. Try to pronounce those words with me. Tür. Tür means door. Müll. Müll means trash. And finally, fünf. Fünf means 5. Ü. So altogether we have E, Ö, Ü. Together, E, Ö, Ü. The last letter we have that makes the German language really special is the letter SZ, which could be also described as 2 S's together. SZ. The sound it makes is just S. But you have to be careful, because you might think that some words are written with S, but actually they are written with SZ, even though the pronunciation is completely similar. For example, weiß. Weiß means white. Fußball. Fußball means football. And heiß. Heiß means hot when you are talking, for example, about the weather. When you see the letter E and I together, for example, in the last word, heiß, the sound they make together is I. Heiß. Moving on to some letters that are not specifically special, but they are also important when you want to read in German. The first letter is the letter sh. Because the German language doesn't have one letter that has the sound sh, they have to combine 3 letters together, just like the English. But instead of combining S and H, the Germans put a C in the middle. So you have S, C, H. Together they make sh. For example, schwimmen. Schwimmen means to swim. Schauen. Schauen means to watch. Schön. Schön means beautiful. Do you hear the O umlaut in the middle? The next letter is sp. When you see an S before a P, you have to automatically pronounce the S as sh, even if there is no C or H. The S is pronounced as sh as long as there is a P after it. For example, Spiegel. Spiegel means mirror. Spinne. Spinne means spider. Sport. Sport means sport. The same exact thing goes when you see a T after an S. Together they are st. For example, Straße. Straße means street. Or Stern. Stern, which means star. And also like Stift. Stift, which means pen. The last letter is H. In the German language, when you see a C and a H, together they are H. It's not a strong ch, but more like a softer one. Ch. For example, milch. Milch means milk. Schlecht. Schlecht means bad. And finally, ich. Ich means I. Let's go through the letters one more time together. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. E, Ö, Ü, S, Z. Sch, Sp, St, Ch. Well done. Gratuleere. Congratulations. You have reached the end of our first lesson. I hope to see you next time. And until then, bye-bye. Willkommen. Welcome back to a new lesson. Before we start, let's take a look again at the words we learned from our previous lesson. Let's read them together. Bitte. Bitte. Danke. Danke. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank. Es tut mir leid. Es tut mir leid. Entschuldigung. 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 Gerne. Gerne. Das Wasser. Das Wasser. Der Kaffee. Der Kaffee. Das Bier. Das Bier. Können Sie mir bringen? Können Sie mir bringen? Können Sie mir bringen? Good job! For today, we are going to learn more about numbers, or Zahlen. Zahlen. The first one is null. Null. Eins. Eins. Zwei. Zwei. Drei. Drei. Vier. Vier. Fünf. Fünf. Sechs. Sechs. Sieben. Sieben. Acht. 8, 9, 9, 10, 10. Good job. The next one is elf. Elf. Then comes 12. 12. 12. Starting from 13, you are going to have to combine two numbers together. In this case, you are going to use the numbers 3 and 10 in this order. 3, 10. 3, 10. In other words, you are going to have to read the numbers starting from the right to the left. 14, 14. 15, 15. 16, 17. With 17, you are going to have to be a little bit careful because 7 is not 7, but only the first half. So it's 17. 17. 18. 18. 19. 19. 20 is 20. 20. As before, those numbers are always from the right. So first comes 1 and then comes 20. Just like the numbers before, you are going to have to read from right to left. But in the middle, you have to put the word und, and. So together it's 21. 21. 21. 22. 22. 22. 2 und 20. 23. 3 und 20. 24. 4 und 20. 25. 5 und 20. 26. 6 und 20. 27. Here, as you can see, 7 is whole. You don't have to cut anything. 27. 28. 8 und 20. 29. 9 und 20. And it goes on like this. 30 is 30. So you say 31, 31, 32, 32, and so on. 40 is 40. 40. To continue, 41, 42. 50 would be 50. 50. 51, 52. After this comes 60. 60. 60. 61, 62. With 70, you are going to have to read only the first half of the word sieben. So together it's 70. 70. 71. 72. 80 is 80. 80. 81. 82. 90 is 90. 90. Then comes 91. 92. 100 is 100. 100. Feel free to return to the beginning of the lesson to practice again. It would take some time, but don't worry about it. And this is the end of our lesson for today. Thank you for coming and see you soon. Bye bye. Welcome back to a new lesson. Willkommen. Today we are going to learn more about colors, or in German, Farben. Farben. Let's start. The first color is blue. Blue in German means blau. Blau. Red means rot. Rot. Yellow means gelb. Gelb. Green means grün. Grün. In this word, for example, you have to pay a little bit more attention to the letter Ü. Grün. Brown is braun. Braun. Purple is lila. Lila. For pink, we have two words. You can either say rosa, rosa, or pink. Pink. Black means schwarz. Schwarz. As you can see, the letter R is not pronounced as R, but more like R. So together you say schwarz. 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 White means weiß. Weiß. Gray is grau. Grau. Orange means orange. Orange. As you can see, in the German language, the letter R is usually pronounced as R. So you have to pay a little bit attention here. Okay, now we are finished with the colors. Let's practice a bit. Try to repeat the names of the colors you see on your screen. Correct! Good job! Let's read them together again, shall we? Blau. Blau. Rot. Rot. Gelb. Gelb. Grün. Grün. rosa, or pink, braun, braun, lila, lila, schwarz, schwarz, grau, grau, orange, orange. Okay, now we are finished with the colors. I think we need some words so that we can describe them. Let's start with the table. Table means Tisch. The table means der Tisch. Der Tisch. Chair means Stuhl. The chair means der Stuhl. Der Stuhl. The bag means die Tasche. Die Tasche. The book is das Buch. Das Buch. The mirror is der Spiegel. Der Spiegel. The pen is der Stift. Der Stift. As you can see, in the German language, we have 3 different articles. Instead of the, we can say either der, die, or das. If you have a masculine word, you say der. If the word is feminine, you say die. The third case is when the word is neutral. Here you say das. Das. And when the word is plural, you have to only say die, regardless of the gender of the word. Die. Sadly, there isn't a way to know what the gender of the word is. You simply have to learn the word with its article. But don't worry about it, you will get used to it with time. Now, let's practice our colors again to make sure we can use them in sentences. The names of those colors are hidden. Try to say the sentence out loud with the correct color. Good job! Let's read those sentences again together. Das rote Buch. Das rote Buch. Das schwarze Haus. Das schwarze Haus. Der rosa Stift. Der rosa Stift. As you can see, when you use the names of the colors as adjectives, you have to make some changes. So instead of rot, you say rote. Or instead of schwarz, you say schwarze. We are going to learn more about those changes soon. Let's practice again. Try to read the sentences out loud with the correct color. Excellent. Let's read them together. Die gelbe Tasche. Die gelbe Tasche. Der blaue Spiegel. Der blaue Spiegel. Der grüne Stuhl. Der grüne Stuhl. Well done! And now let's go through the words we learned for today again to make sure our pronunciation is correct. Blau, Rot, Gelb, Grün, Braun, Lila, Rosa, Schwarz, Weiß, Grau, Orange. Der Tisch, der Tisch, der Stuhl, der Stuhl, die Tasche, die Tasche, das Buch, das Buch, der Spiegel, der Spiegel, der Stift, der Stift. Gratuliere! This is the end of our lesson for today. See you soon. Bye bye. Welcome back. Before we start, I would love to go through the words we learned from our previous lesson one more time with you. Shall we? Blau, Rot, Gelb, Grün, Braun, Lila, Rosa, Schwarz, Weiß, Grau, Orange, der Tisch, der Tisch, der Stuhl, der Stuhl, die Tasche, die Tasche, das Buch, das Buch, der Spiegel, der Spiegel, der Stift, der Stift. Our lesson for today is about food, or in German, das Essen. Das Essen. Let's start with bread. Bread in German means das Brot. Das Brot. Rice means der Reis. Der Reis. Egg means das Ei. Das Ei. Meat means das Fleisch. Das Fleisch. Pork means das Schweinefleisch, which is translated into the meat of the pig. Das Schweinefleisch. Chicken means das Huhn. Das Huhn. Beef is das Rindfleisch. Das Rindfleisch. Fish means der Fisch. Der Fisch. Vegetables in general means die Gemüse. Die Gemüse. Try to practice the pronunciation of this word a couple of times to make sure you are pronouncing the umlaut correctly. Die Gemüse. Lettuce is der Kopfsalat or simply der Salat. Der Kopfsalat. Der Kopfsalat. Onion means die Zwiebel. Die Zwiebel. Garlic is der Knoblauch. Der Knoblauch. Side note, Germans love to use Knoblauchsoße in their kitchen, which is garlic sauce. Pepper is die Paprika. Die Paprika. Carrot is die Karotte. Die Karotte. Tomato is die Tomate. Die Tomate. Fruits are die Obst. Die Obst. Apple is der Apfel. Der Apfel. Banana is die Banane. Die Banane. Pineapple is die Ananas. Die Ananas. Strawberry is die Erdbeere. Die Erdbeere, which is translated into the berry of the earth. Grape means die Traube. Die Traube. A drink is das Getränk. Das Getränk. Milk means die Milch. Die Milch. Tea is der Tee. Der Tee. Sugar is Zucker. Zucker doesn't have an article because just like English, you don't say the sugar, but simply sugar. Zucker. Honey means der Honig. Der Honig. If you want to say I want, you say ich möchte. Ich möchte. With means mit. Mit. Now, let's try to build some sentences. Ich möchte Paprika, Zwiebel und Apfel. Means I want pepper, onion and apple. Ich möchte Paprika, Zwiebel und Apfel. Ich möchte Obst und Rindfleisch. I want fruits and beef. Ich möchte Obst und Rindfleisch. Try to read them on your own. Another sentence would be, ich möchte Reis mit Gemüse und Fisch. I want rice with vegetables and fish. Ich möchte Reis mit Gemüse und Fisch. Ich möchte Tee und Milch mit Honig. I want tea and milk with honey. Ich möchte Tee und Milch mit Honig. Try to read them. Let's go through the new words one more time. Das Essen. Das Brot. Der Reis. Das Ei. Das Fleisch. das Schweinefleisch, das Huhn, das Rindfleisch, der Fisch, die Gemüse, der Kopfsalat, die Zwiebel, der Knoblauch, die Paprika, die Karotte, die Tomate, die Obst, der Apfel, die Banane, die Ananas, die Traube, die Erdbeere, das Getränk, die Milch, der Tee, Zucker, der Honig. Ich möchte. Mit. As you can see, there are plenty of der, das, and die. That's why I would recommend that you learn the word with the article right away. And this is the end of our lesson for today. Thank you for tuning in and see you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen. Welcome back to a new lesson. Just like always, let's start with a summary of the new words we learned from our last lesson. Shall we? Das Essen, das Brot, der Reis, das Ei, das Fleisch, das Schweinefleisch, das Huhn, das Rindfleisch, der Fisch, die Gemüse, der Kopfsalat, die Zwiebel, der Knoblauch, die Paprika, die Karotte, die Tomate, die Obst, der Apfel, die Banane, die Ananas, die Traube, die Erdbeere, das Getränk, die Milch, der Tee, Zucker, der Honig. Ich möchte. Mit. Well done. Today we are going to learn more about animals in German, or die Tiere. Die Tiere. Do you see the E and A in the middle? When they come together after each other, they sound more like E, a longer E. So the word is die Tiere. Die Tiere. Our first word is cat. Die Katze. Die Katze. Dog is der Hund. Der Hund. Bird is der Vogel. Der Vogel. Elephant is der Elefant. Der Elefant. Lion is der Löwe, der Löwe. Bär is der Bär, der Bär. Horse is das Pferd, das Pferd. Tiger is der Tiger, der Tiger. Bull is der Stier, der Stier. A turtle is die Schildkröte, die Schildkröte, die Schildkröte. Pig is das Schwein. We already know this one from our last lesson. Do you remember the word das Schweinefleisch, which means pork? Exactly. Das Schwein. Cow is die Kuh, die Kuh. Sheep is die Schafe, die Schafe. Duck is die Ente, die Ente. Now we are finished with our animals. Let's learn some verbs. To run means rennen, rennen. To go means gehen, gehen. To jump is springen, springen. As you can see, all verbs in infinitive end with n. Rennen, gehen, springen, and so on. Now let's take a look at some adjectives. Fast means schnell, schnell. Slow means langsam, langsam. Okay, now let's use those words to build a sentence. Do you see the empty spaces? Try to fill them with words so that you have a sentence. Okay, now let's read them together. Die Kuh geht langsam. Die Kuh geht langsam. Der Hund rennt schnell. Der Hund rennt schnell. Das Schwein springt. Das Schwein springt. If you used other words, don't worry about it. This is only one of the possible answers. Now, let's take a look at the new words. Let's read them together. Die Tiere. Die Tiere. Die Katze. Die Katze. Der Hund. Der Hund. Der Vogel. Der Vogel. Der Elefant. Der Elefant. Der Löwe. Der Löwe. Der Bär. Der Bär. Das Pferd. Das Pferd. Der Tiger. Der Tiger. Der Stier. Der Stier. Die Schildkröte. Die Schildkröte. Das Schwein. Das Schwein. Die Kuh. Die Kuh. Die Schafe. Die Schafe. Die Ente. Die Ente. Rennen. Rennen. Gehen. Gehen. Springen. Springen. Schnell. Schnell. Langsam. Langsam. That's it. This is our lesson for today. I hope to see you soon and bye-bye. Willkommen to a new lesson. Let's start with a quick summary of our last lesson. Gehen. Laufen. Springen. Sport machen. Schwimmen. Spielen. Fahrrad fahren. Tanzen. Ich mag. Ich mag nicht. Ich liebe. Ich liebe nicht. For our lesson for today, we are going to take a deeper look into the verbs. Our first verb is the verb to be. I am, you are, he is, and so on. The German verb is sein. Sein. To have means haben. Haben. To be able to or can means können. Können. To talk with someone, you say reden. Reden. If you want to say I speak German, you use the verb sprechen. Sprechen. To see is sehen. Sehen. As you can see, the letter S is not pronounced as S, but more like Z. So you say sehen. Sehen. Okay, now let's see how we can use those verbs. The verb sein, just like the English verb to be, is not regular. Nicht regelmäßig. In German you say ich bin. Ich bin. Du bist. Du bist. Er, sie and es ist. Er, sie, es ist. Wir sind. Wir sind. Ihr seid. Ihr seid. Sie sind. Sie sind. The verb haben goes like this. Ich habe. Ich habe. Du hast. Du hast. Sie es hat. Sie es hat. Wir haben. Wir haben. Ihr habt. Ihr habt. Sie haben. Sie haben. As you can see, the only change you have to make is with du and ses. Other than that, everything stays the same, just like we learned from our last lesson. Reden is completely normal, so it goes like this. Ich rede. Du redest. Sie es redet. Wir reden. Ihr redet. Sie reden. Again. Ich rede. Du redest. Sie es redet. Wir reden. Ihr redet. Sie reden. The verb können is not regular as well. But with this verb, you have to change the first three forms. Ich, du, and ses. The other three stay the same. Ich kann. Ich kann. Du kannst. Du kannst. ses kann. ses kann. Wir können. Wir können. Ihr könnt. Ihr könnt. Sie können. Sie können. Sprechen is also not regular. Here you only have to change the forms du and ses. Ich spreche. Ich spreche. Du sprichst. Du sprichst. ses spricht. ses spricht. Wir sprechen. Wir sprechen. Ihr sprecht. Ihr sprecht. Sie sprechen. Sie sprechen. Sehen is also irregular. Ich sehe. Ich sehe. Du siehst. Du siehst. ACS sieht. ACS sieht. Wir sehen. Wir sehen. Ihr seht. Ihr seht. Sie sehen. Sie sehen. Now, let's try to build some sentences. Take your time to come up with the right answer. Let's read them together. I am. Ich bin. He speaks. Spricht. They can. Sie können. You are. Du bist. We go. Wir gehen. She sees. Sie sieht. I have. Ich habe. Well done. Let's try it again. Let's read them together. They are. Sie sind. I speak. Ich spreche. You can. Du kannst. We are. Wir sind. You'll go. Ihr geht. I see. Ich sehe. They have. Sie haben. Excellent. Let's read the verbs together one more time. Try to remember at the same time what those verbs mean in English. Sein. Haben. Können. Reden. Sprechen. Sehen. Gratuliere. That was the end of our lesson. I hope to see you soon again, and until then, bye bye. Willkommen to a new lesson. Let's start. The verbs we learned from our previous lesson are sein, haben, können, reden, sprechen, and sehen. Again, together. Sein, haben, können, reden, sprechen, sehen. And for our lesson for today, we are going to continue with more important verbs. The first one is wissen, means to know something. Wissen. Wissen. The second one is when you want to say, I know someone. In this case, you use the verb kennen. Kennen. It is really important to understand the differences between wissen to know something, and kennen, to know someone. To put means stellen. Stellen. To say means sagen. Sagen. To want something means möchten. Möchten. Do you remember this from our previous lessons? Ich möchte means I want. Exactly. To give means geben. Geben. To eat means essen. Essen. Now, let's start with wissen. Wissen is also not regular, but we are going to go through it step by step. I know means ich weiß. You know means du weißt. Du weißt. He knows, for example, means weiß. Weiß. After that, the verb is completely normal. Wir wissen, ihr wisst, and sie wissen. On the other hand, kennen, to know someone, is completely normal. Ich kenne. Du kennst. Sie kennt. Wir kennen. Ihr kennt. Sie kennen. Make sure that you don't mix between kennen and können, to know someone or to be able to. Kennen, können. Kennen, können. Stellen is also regular. Ich stelle. Du stellst. Sie stellt. Wir stellen. Ihr stellt. Sie stellen. The same thing goes with sagen. Ich sage. Du sagst. Sie sagt. Wir sagen. Ihr sagt. Sie sagen. Exactly. And we continue with möchten. Ich möchte. Ich möchte. Du möchtest. Du möchtest. Sie möchte. Sie möchte. Wir möchten. Wir möchten. Ihr möchtet. Ihr möchtet. Sie möchten. Sie möchten. I give you that the pronunciation of this verb is a bit difficult, but with some practice, this shouldn't be a problem. Now, geben, on the other hand, is not regular. Ich gebe. Ich gebe. Du gibst. Du gibst. Es gibt. Es gibt. Wir geben. Wir geben. Ihr gebt. Ihr gebt. Sie geben. Sie geben. The same goes here for essen. Ich esse. Ich esse. Du isst. Du isst. Es isst. Es isst. Wir essen. Wir essen. Ihr esst. Ihr esst. Sie essen. Sie essen. You have probably noticed that the third form of the verb essen is the exact same as in sein. He is. Ist. But you have to keep in mind that he is written with one S. But the pronunciation is exactly the same. Try to write the right answers. Now let's read them together. I know. Ich weiß. He says. Sagt. They want. Sie möchten. You know. Du kennst. We eat. Wir essen. She gives. Sie gibt. I put. Ich stelle. Well done. One more time. They know. Sie wissen. You all say. Ihr sagt. I want. Ich möchte. We know. Wir kennen. You eat. Du isst. I give. Ich gebe. She puts. Sie stellt. Excellent. Let's go through the verbs one more time. Try to remember at the same time what they mean in English. Wissen. Kennen. Stellen. Sagen. Möchten. Geben. Essen. Gratuliere! That was the end of our lesson for today. I hope to see you soon again, and until then, bye bye! Welcome back to a new lesson. Willkommen! Before we start, let's read the verbs from our last lesson one more time. Wissen, kennen, stellen, sagen, möchten, geben, essen. Good job. For the next couple of lessons, we are going to review the things we learned, and we are also going to practice them even further, to make sure that we can use them without problems. Repeat after me. Hallo. Ich heiße. Mein Name ist. This one is a new one. When you want to say I am from, you say ich bin aus. We already know the term ich bin, I am, and aus means from. Then you can simply add your country, and you have a full sentence. For example, ich bin aus Deutschland. I am from Germany. Wie heißt du? If you want to be more formal, you can say Wie heißen Sie? Wie heißen Sie? In the German language, it is extremely important to know when to speak in a formal way and when to speak in a more casual way. If you want to be more formal, you can always use Sie, which means they. In this case, this sentence means what is their name, even though you are talking to a person who might be standing in front of you. Wie heißen Sie? Nice to meet you means schön, Sie kennenzulernen. Schön, Sie kennenzulernen. Nice to meet you. Let's practice a bit. What you see is one side of a discussion. Try to fill it with the right sentences. Okay, now I will read the black lines and you can read the red lines. Hallo. Was ist dein Name? Ich heiße Isabella. Schön, Sie kennenzulernen. Excellent. As you already know, greetings also have words like good morning, which is Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Guten Abend. Guten Abend. Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht. Wie geht es dir? Wie geht es dir? Or to be less formal, you say wie geht's, as in what's up. Wie geht's? The other person might say gut, und du? Gut, und du? Just like before, let me read the black lines and you can be the red lines. Hallo, guten Tag. Wie geht's? Gut, danke. At the end, you can say ciao or bis bald. Bis bald. Let's go through them one more time. Ich bin aus. Mein Name ist. Wie heißt du? Schön, Sie kennenzulernen. Wie geht's? Gut. Und du? Excellent. And this is the end of our lesson. Hope to see you soon again, and bye-bye. Welcome back again to a new lesson. Willkommen. The things we learned from our last lesson are Ich bin aus. Ich bin aus. Mein Name ist. Mein Name ist. Wie heißt du? Wie heißt du? Schön, Sie kennenzulernen. Schön, Sie kennen zu lernen. Wie geht's? Wie geht's? Gut. Und du? Gut. Und du? As I said in the last lesson, the next couple of lessons are going to be a review of the things we learned so far. Bitte means please. It could also mean you are welcome. It depends on the context. Bitte. Danke is thank you. Danke. If you want to be more thankful, you say Vielen Dank. Thank you very much. Vielen Dank. If you want to apologize for something, you say Es tut mir leid. Es tut mir leid. Es tut mir leid. You can also say Entschuldigung. Entschuldigung. Again, it depends on the conversation you are having. Whether you can say Es tut mir leid or Entschuldigung. Let's see if you still remember when to use Entschuldigung and when to use Es tut mir leid. The first situation is you are walking down the street and accidentally bump into a stranger. You say Entschuldigung. Correct. Again, you are having a conversation with someone and you want to interject. You say, Entschuldigung. Correct. Your friend is having a bad day and is talking about his problems with you. In this case, you say, Es tut mir leid. Correct. If you are still having problems knowing when to use Es tut mir leid and when to use Entschuldigung, I would recommend that you go through the third lesson one more time. Coffee means der Kaffee. Der Kaffee. Water means das Wasser. Das Wasser. Beer means das Bier. Das Bier. If you want to ask someone to bring you something, you say, Können Sie mir bringen? Können Sie mir bringen? As you can see, this question is formal. That's why we use Sie instead of du. Können Sie mir bringen? If you are in a restaurant, you say, Ich nehme, as in I take or I will take. Ich nehme. Ich nehme. For this exercise, I'm going to read the black lines and you can read the red lines. Take your time. Ja? Ja, klar. Gerne. As you can see, Wasser doesn't have an article, because in this case you can't measure water, just like in English. You might be wondering what ein or einen mean. Don't worry about it. We are going to cover this subject soon. Congrats! Gratuliere! This is the end of our lesson for today. I hope to see you soon again. Bye bye! Welcome back to a new lesson. Willkommen! For our lesson for today, we are going to review the fourth lesson where we learn the numbers. Die Zahlen. Let's see if you still remember those numbers. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then comes 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Again. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Good job. After that comes 20. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28, 29. If you find it difficult to pronounce the numbers, try to divide the words. For example, 21 would be 21, which is translated to 1 and 20. Try to read them like this with me. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27, 28, 29. Try to repeat them, and soon enough you are going to be able to pronounce them without any problems. The same thing goes with 30. 30. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. If you feel intimidated in the way the numbers are written, don't worry about it. In the German language, if you write a text, you only have to write the numbers in the form of letters from number 0 to 12. Anything bigger than 12, you can simply write it as a number. But it is important to know how to pronounce the numbers. Let's continue with 40. 40. 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49. Again with 50. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56, 57, 58, 59. As you can see, the numbers 20, 30, 40, 50, and so on are pretty easy. You only have to add zig at the end. 20, 30, 40, 50, and so on. For example, 60 would be 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79. As you already know, the number 7 is almost always a bit different. When you want to say 70, you don't say 70, but you only say 70. In a way, it does make sense because it's easier to pronounce. 70. 80 would be 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89. And finally, 90 is 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100 is 100. If you want to say anything above 100, you say 101, 101. And don't forget the S at the end. 101, 102. 120 is 120. 120. If you say 2 before 100, this means 200, 200, just like in the English language. 200. 201 is 201. It does make sense, right? 202, 250, 250. 300, 300. 301, 302, 371. In this case, you have to put und between 70 and 1. 371. 400. 400. 401. 401. 484 is 484. I think it is much easier if you divide the word. 484. Then comes 500. 500. 500. 501. 501. 563 is 563. 563. It might be a little bit complicated because in this case you have to read from the left and then from the right. So you say 563. But with some practice we are going to master it. Don't worry. 563. 600. 600. 601. 700. 700. 701. 701. 729. 729. 729. 800. 801. 900. 901. And finally comes 1000. 1000. 1000. For this exercise, try to take your time to figure out what those numbers are called in German. Now that you have the answers, let's read them together. 150. 150. 290. 290. 881. 881. 600. 600. 411. 411. 570. 570. 301. 301. 1000. 1000. And finally 963. 963. Well done! And that was the end of our lesson for today. Thank you very much for tuning in, and I will see you soon. Bye bye! Willkommen! Welcome back to the second lesson of our course. As we all know, the essence of small talks are greetings and the way you introduce yourself. That's why you are going now to learn more about greetings in German, or Begrüßung. Begrüßung. First and foremost, a very simple Hallo. Hallo. If you want to introduce yourself, you can say Ich heiße. Ich heiße, which means I am. You can also say mein Name ist, which means my name is. If you want to ask the other person what their name is, you can say wie heißt du? Wie heißt du? Let's practice. Hallo, hallo. Wie heißt du? Wie heißt du? Ich heiße Johanna. Ich heiße Johanna. Okay, now you can be the black lines and I will be the red lines. Hallo. Mein Name ist Taya. Und du? Good job. The und du I said means and you. Okay, let's start with the second part. If you want to say good morning, you say Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. Good afternoon is Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Good evening is Guten Abend. Guten Abend. And finally, if you want to say good night, you say Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht. If you want to ask someone how they are doing, you say Wie geht es dir? Wie geht es dir? Or you can also say Wie geht's as an informal way to ask someone how they are. They can say Es geht mir gut, Es geht mir gut, or Es geht mir sehr gut. Es geht mir sehr gut, as in I am very well. And just like I said before, and you means und du. Und du? Good job. Okay, now I can read the black lines and you can be the red lines. Hallo, guten Morgen. Wie geht's? Ich auch. Danke. The last sentence means me too. Thank you. And when you are finished, you can say ciao. Ciao, as in goodbye. Or also bis bald. Bis bald, which means see you later. Okay, now to the Zusammenfassung. Let's read them together. Hallo, ich heiße. Wie heißt du? Guten Morgen, guten Tag, guten Abend, gute Nacht. Wie geht es dir? Wie geht's? Es geht mir gut. Und du? Ciao. Bis bald. Hallo, ich heiße. Wie heißt du? Guten Morgen. Guten Tag. Guten Abend. Gute Nacht. Wie geht es dir? Wie geht's? Es geht mir gut. Und du? Ciao. Bis bald. Good job. You are finished with the second lesson. I hope to see you soon again. Bye-bye. Welcome back. Willkommen. Before we start, let's go through the old words one more time. Die Tiere. Die Katze. Der Hund. Der Vogel. Der Elefant. Der Löwe. Der Bär. das Pferd, der Tiger, der Stier, die Schildkröte, das Schwein, die Kuh, die Schafe, die Ente, rennen, gehen, springen, schnell, langsam. Good job! For our lesson for today, we are going through some verbs and we are going to learn how to use them in our sentences. Our first verb is to go. To go in German means gehen, as you already know. There are actually two words for the verb to run. There is rennen and laufen. We are going to talk about those soon. To jump means springen. To do sports in general, you say Sport machen. Sport machen. To swim means schwimmen. Schwimmen. To dance, you say tanzen. Tanzen. To ride a bike, you say Fahrrad fahren. Fahrrad fahren. Fahrrad is bike and fahren is translated into drive. To play, you say spielen. Spielen. If you want to say I like or I don't like something, you say ich mag for I like and ich mag nicht for I don't like. Ich mag, I like. Ich mag nicht, I don't like. If you want to show your feelings in a stronger way, you can say I love or I don't love something. Ich liebe, I love. Ich liebe nicht, I don't love. Ich liebe nicht. Try to complete those sentences by putting a verb at the end. Okay, let's read those possible answers. Ich mag schwimmen. I like to swim. Ich mag schwimmen. Ich mag nicht laufen. I don't like to run. Ich mag nicht laufen. Ich liebe springen. I love to jump. Ich liebe springen. Konjugieren is the same as conjugate a verb. When you want to say I play, you play, he plays, and so on. In the German language, it is a bit more difficult than the English language, but we are going through it step by step. Before we start, let's take a look at the German pronouns. Ich means I. Ich. Du is you. Du. And sie are the same as he and she. Sie. Es is the same as it. So we have sie, es. We means wir. Wir. And you for plural, you say ihr. Ihr. And finally, for they, you say sie. Sie. When you want to use the verb with a specific pronoun, you have to change it a bit. And by change, I mean that you have to add those letters at the end of the verb. For ich, you add e. For du, you add este. But you have to be careful here, because the pronunciation is st. It's not sht. For ses, you put simply a t. For wir, the verb stays the same as in infinitive. For ihr, you put also a t. And finally, for sie, the verb stays also in its infinitive form. Let's start with the verb gehen. I go means ich gehe. In this case, you delete the en at the end of the verb in the infinitive form, and you only put an e at the end. So it's ich gehe. I go. You go is du gehst. Du gehst. Als geht. Wir gehen. You can see the verb stays the same here. Wir gehen. Ihr geht. Ihr geht. And finally, sie gehen. Just like wir gehen. Again, now let's try with the verb springen. Ich springe. Du springst. Als springt. Wir springen. Ihr springt. Sie springen. The same goes here for machen. Ich mache. Du machst. Als macht. Wir machen. Ihr macht. Sie machen. And so on. And now let's try again with schwimmen. Ich schwimme. Du schwimmst. Als schwimmt. Wir schwimmen. Ihr schwimmt. Sie schwimmen. With spielen, it's ich spiele. Du spielst. Als spielt. Wir spielen. Ihr spielt. And sie spielen. With laufen, it's a bit different. You say that laufen is nicht regelmäßig. It's not regular. But don't worry, the only differences are with du and als, and that's it. Ich laufe. Du läufst. As you can see, we have to change the a into an e. So it's läufst. Läufst. The same goes for als. Läuft. Other than that, the verb stays exactly the same. Wir laufen. Ihr lauft. Sie laufen. Fahren is also nicht regelmäßig. Not regular. Ich fahre. Du fährst. the same as laufen. LCS, fährt. And then comes wir fahren. Ihr fahrt. Sie fahren. And that's it. Let's go through the verbs and the new words one more time. Gehen, laufen, springen, Sport machen, schwimmen, spielen, Fahrrad fahren, tanzen. Ich mag nicht. Ich liebe nicht. That was our lesson for today. I hope to see you soon again, and until then, bye bye. Willkommen. Welcome back to a new lesson. This lesson is a review of lesson 5. Do you remember this one? This is where we learn the colors for the first time. Farben. Let's start with blue. Blau. Blau. Red is rot. Rot. Gelb is yellow. Gelb. Grün is green. Grün. Brown is braun. Braun. For purple, you say lila. Lila. For pink, you have two options. You either can say rosa, rosa, or pink, pink, just like the English pink. Black means schwarz, schwarz. And make sure you are pronouncing the R correctly. Schwarz, schwarz. Exactly. White means weiß, weiß. But you already know that I know also means weiß. Do you remember this one? Ich weiß, I know. So you can say that weiß has two different meanings. It's either white or I know. Usually it is pretty obvious which weiß one is talking about. Gray means grau. Grau. Orange means orange. Orange. If you want to describe a specific color as light, you say hell. For example, hellblau, a light blue, or hellbraun, a light brown, and so on. The same thing goes with dark. You can say, for example, dunkelrot, dark red, dunkelgrün, dark green, dunkel, dunkel. Try to say the colors you see in front of you out loud. And now, let's read them together. Blau, rot, gelb, grün, rosa, pink, braun, lila, schwarz, grau, orange. Well done. Let's see if you still remember those words. Table means der Tisch. Der Tisch. Bag means die Tasche. Die Tasche. Backpack means die Rücktasche. Die Rücktasche. Chair means der Stuhl. Der Stuhl. Bed means das Bett. Das Bett. A sofa or a couch means das Sofa. Das Sofa. Book means das Buch. Das Buch. Paper is das Papier. Das Papier. Mirror is der Spiegel. Der Spiegel. Door is die Tür. Die Tür. Try to pronounce this word a couple of times. Die Tür. Die Tür. Excellent. A pen is der Stift. Der Stift. In the German language, if you want to say a book or a bag, for example, you say ein Buch instead of das Buch, or eine Tasche instead of die Tasche. Ein and eine. Try to read those sentences out loud with the correct color. And now together. Das Papier ist rot. Die Tasche ist schwarz. Der Stift ist pink. Eine Rücktasche ist gelb. Die Tür ist blau. Das Bett ist grün. Excellent and great pronunciation. Let's go through the new words one more time. Die Rücktasche. Die Tasche. Das Bett. Das Sofa. Das Papier. die Tür. Hell, dunkel, ein or eine. Ein is usually used with words that are either masculine or neutral, and eine is used with words that are feminine. Gratuliere! You have reached the end of this lesson. Thank you very much for tuning in and see you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. The things we learned from our previous lesson are die Rücktasche, die Tasche, das Bett, das Sofa, das Papier, die Tür, hell, dunkel, ein or eine. Today we are going to go through lesson number 6 one more time, and we are also going to expand a little bit further. Food in general is das Essen. Das Essen. And you already know that the verb eat also means essen. Bread is das Brot. Das Brot. Rice is der Reis. Der Reis. Egg means das Ei. Das Ei. Meat is das Fleisch. Das Fleisch. Pork is das Schweinefleisch. Das Schweinefleisch. And you know that Schwein means pig. Chicken is das Huhn. Das Huhn. Beef is das Rindfleisch. Das Rindfleisch. Fish is simply der Fisch. Der Fisch. Vegetables are die Gemüse. Die Gemüse. Lettuce is either der Salat or der Kopfsalat. Der Kopfsalat. Onion is die Zwiebel. Die Zwiebel. Garlic is der Knoblauch. Der Knoblauch. Pepper is die Paprika. Die Paprika. Carrot is die Karotte. Die Karotte. Tomato is die Tomate. Die Tomate. Fruits are die Obst. Die Obst. Apfel is der Apfel. Der Apfel. Banana is Die Banane. Die Banane. Pineapple is die Ananas. Die Ananas. Strawberry is die Erdbeere. Die Erdbeere. Grape is die Traube. Die Traube. Drink is das Getränk. Das Getränk. Milk is die Milch. Die Milch. Tea is der Tee. Der Tee. Sugar is Zucker. Zucker. Honey means der Honig. Der Honig. When talking about cutlery, you say das Besteck. Das Besteck. Let's start with fork. Fork means die Gabel. Die Gabel. Knife is das Messer. Das Messer. Spoon is der Löffel. Der Löffel. This word might also be a bit difficult to pronounce. Try to practice it a couple of times. Der Löffel. Der Löffel. Excellent. A plate or a dish is der Teller. Der Teller. Do you remember this one? I want in German means ich möchte. Ich möchte. The verb to need is in German brauchen. Brauchen. And this verb is completely irregular. With is mit. Mit. Try to read those sentences out loud with me. Ich möchte Tee mit Milch und Zucker. Ich möchte Tee mit Milch und Zucker. Can you figure out what this sentence means in English? I want tea with milk and sugar. Excellent. The next one is ich möchte Obst und ein Getränk. I want fruits and a drink. Ich brauche eine Karotte. I need a carrot. Again. Ich möchte Reis mit Fleisch und Paprika. Ich möchte Reis mit Fleisch und Paprika. I want rice with meat and pepper. Ich brauche Ananas und Traube. Ich brauche Ananas und Traube. I need pineapple and grape. Ich brauche eine Gabel, ein Messer, Löffel oder Teller. Ich brauche eine Gabel, ein Messer, Löffel, Teller. I need a fork, a knife, a spoon, or a plate. Excellent. And those are the new words you learned for today. Das Besteck, das Messer, die Gabel, der Löffel, der Teller. Brauchen. And gratuliere. This is the end of our lesson for today. See you next time. Bye bye. Welcome back to a new lesson. Willkommen. The things we learned from our previous lesson are das Besteck, das Messer, die Gabel, der Löffel, der Teller. Brauchen. Today we are going to review lesson number 7. In other words, we are going to talk again about animals, die Tiere. We are also going to try to put them into sentences. Cat means die Katze. Die Katze. Dog is der Hund. Der Hund. Bird is der Vogel. Der Vogel. Elephant is der Elefant. Der Elefant. Lion is der Löwe. Der Löwe. Bear is der Bär. Der Bär. Horse is das Pferd. Das Pferd. Tiger is der Tiger. Der Tiger. Bull is der Stier. Der Stier. Turtle is die Schildkröte. Die Schildkröte. Try to practice this word a couple of times more with me. Die Schildkröte. Die Schildkröte. Die Schildkröte. Well done. Pig is das Schwein. Das Schwein. Cow means die Kuh. Die Kuh. Sheep is die Schafe. Die Schafe. Duck means die Ente. Die Ente. Now, let's move to some adjectives. Fast means schnell. Schnell. Slow means langsam. Langsam. High means hoch. Hoch. Now, to make sure that we understand those words correctly, let's try together to put them in sentences. The 3 sentences you see in front of you are missing 3 adjectives. Try to find the correct adjective so that the sentence makes sense. Let's see if you got them all correct. The first sentence is Das Pferd läuft schnell. Das Pferd läuft schnell. Can you figure out what this sentence means in English? The horse runs fast. The second sentence is Die Kuh ist langsam. Die Kuh ist langsam. The cow is slow. The last sentence is Der Tiger springt hoch. Der Tiger springt hoch. The tiger jumps high. And this is the end of this lesson. Gratuliere. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen zurück. Welcome back. Today we are going to do some exercises with verbs. Verben. The first verb is the verb to be. In the infinitive, it is sein. Sein. To have is haben. To be able to is können. Können. With or umlaut. Können. To talk with someone, you say reden. To speak a language, for example, you say sprechen. To see is sehen. Try to replace the question marks with the correct form of the verb sein. If you feel the need to pause, do so. Now let's read them together. Ich bin. Du bist. Er, sie or es ist. Wir sind. Ihr seid. Sie sind. Try to do the same thing with the verb reden. Now let's read them together. Ich rede. Du redest. sie oder es redet. Wir reden. Ihr redet. Sie reden. Now let's try with haben. Ich habe. Du hast. Sie, es hat. Wir haben. Ihr habt. Sie haben. So far so good, right? Again with gehen. Ich gehe. Du gehst. Sie, es geht. Wir gehen. Ihr geht. Sie gehen. And now with können. But keep in mind that können is irregular. Let's see if you still remember them. Ich kann. Du kannst. Sie, es kann. Wir können. Ihr könnt. Sie können. One more time with sehen. Ich sehe. Du siehst. Sie, es sieht. Wir sehen. Ihr seht. Sie sehen. Excellent. And now let's continue with the second part of our verbs for today. To know something means wissen. To know someone means kennen. It is really important to understand the differences between those two verbs. To know something and to know someone. It is also important to understand the differences between to be able to and to know someone. Können and kennen. To put is stellen. To say means sagen. To want is möchten. To give is geben. And finally, to eat is essen, just like the word food. Let's try again with the same exercise, this time with the verb geben. Ich gebe. Du gibst. sie es gibt. Wir geben. Ihr gebt. Sie geben. One more time with wissen. Keep in mind, this verb is also irregular. Ich weiß. Du weißt. Sie es weiß. Wir wissen. Ihr wisst. Sie wissen. Kennen is normal. Try to figure out this one. Ich kenne. Du kennst. Sie es kennt. Wir kennen. Ihr kennt. Sie kennen. And now with können, which is irregular. Ich kann. Du kannst. Sie es kann. Wir können. Ihr könnt. Sie können. And now with sagen. Ich sage. Du sagst. Sie es sagt. Wir sagen. Ihr sagt. Sie sagen. And we continue with möchten. Ich möchte. Du möchtest. Sie es möchte. Wir möchten. Ihr möchtet. And sie möchten. And finally with essen. Let's read them together. Ich esse. Du isst. Sie es isst. Wir essen. Ihr esst. And finally, sie essen. Good job and great pronunciation. And just like that, you have reached the end of this lesson. See you next time, and bye-bye. Willkommen and welcome back. For our lesson for today, we are going to learn more about dates in German. In other words, we are going to learn die Datumsangaben. Die Datumsangaben. First and foremost, week is die Woche. Die Woche. So let's start with the days of the week. Monday is Montag. Montag. Tuesday is Dienstag. Dienstag. Wednesday is Mittwoch. Mittwoch. Thursday is Donnerstag. Donnerstag. Friday is Freitag. Freitag. Saturday is Samstag. Samstag. And finally, Sunday is Sonntag. Sonntag. And as you have noticed, day in German means Tag. Let's move on to the months. Month means der Monat. Der Monat. January is Jänner. Jänner. February is Februar. Februar. March is März. März. Try to pronounce this word a couple of times. März. März. Exactly. April is April. April. May is Mai. Mai. June is Juni. Juni. As you know, the letter J is not pronounced as J, but as Y. So together you have Juni. June. July is Juli. Juli. August is August. August. September is September. The exact same word. September. October is October. October. The same thing, but instead of a C, we write a K. October. November is also November. November. December is December. December. And the year in general means das Jahr. Das Jahr. Let's practice. try to fill the missing days in between. And now let's read them together. Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag. And now let's try to read them faster. Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag. Excellent! And now let's do the exact same thing one more time, but this time with months. And now let's read them together. Jänner, Februar, März, April, Mai, Juni, Juli, August, September, Oktober, November, Dezember. And now a bit faster. Jänner, Februar, März, April, Mai, Juni, Juli, August, September, Oktober, November, Dezember. Good job! And now one more time all together. Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag, Jänner, Februar, März, April, Mai, Juni, Juli, August, September, Oktober, November, Dezember. Das Jahr, die Woche, der Monat. Excellent! Gratuliere! This was the end of our lesson. See you next time. Bye bye. Hello, willkommen. Before we start, let's repeat the words we learned from our last lesson one more time. Montag, Dienstag, Mittwoch, Donnerstag, Freitag, Samstag, Sonntag, Jänner, Februar, März, April, Mai, Juni, Juli, August, September, Oktober, November, Dezember. Das Jahr, die Woche, der Monat. For our lesson for today, we are going to talk more about how to say the time in German. The most important thing is to know how to ask. What time is it? Wie spät ist es? Wie spät ist es? Try to repeat it a bit faster. Wie spät ist es? Excellent. Let's try with the simplest answers. Es ist 1 Uhr. It's 1 o'clock. Es ist 1 Uhr. Es ist 2 Uhr. It's 2 o'clock. Es ist 2 Uhr. Es ist 3 Uhr. It's 3 o'clock. Es ist 3 Uhr. Es ist 4 Uhr. It's 4 o'clock. Es ist 4 Uhr. Es ist 5 Uhr. It's 5 o'clock. Es ist 5 Uhr. Es ist 6 Uhr. Es ist 6 Uhr. Let's take this into the next step. If you want to say it's 10 past 6, you say es ist 10 nach 6. Es ist 10 nach 6. In this case, nach means past or after. Es ist 10 nach 6. The same thing goes with quarter. If you want to say it's 6:15, you say es ist Viertel nach 6. And Viertel is a quarter. Es ist Viertel nach 6. This stops, however, when you reach 20. If you want to say it's 20 past 6, you say es ist 6:20 Uhr. Es ist 6:20 Uhr. Here, the minutes would be after the hours. Es ist 6:20 Uhr. This is where the German language gets a bit tricky. If you want to say it's 6:30, you don't say es ist 6:30, but instead you say es ist 6:30, which means it's 6:30. Here you really have to pay attention. It's 6:30. Es ist 6:30. And we continue with it's 20 to 7. Es ist 20 vor 7. Vor in this case means before or to. Es ist 20 vor 7. It's 6:45. Es ist Viertel vor 7. Es ist Viertel vor 7. If you want to say it's 6:55, you say es ist 5 vor 7, which means it's 5 till 7 o'clock. Es ist 5 vor 7. Let's see if you can tell the time in German. Wie spät ist es? Es ist 3 Uhr. Es ist 3 Uhr. It's 3 o'clock. Next one. Es ist 7:15. Es ist 7:15. It's 7:15. Again. Es ist 1:30. It's not 1:30, but 1:30. It's 1:30. Es ist 1:30. One more time. Es ist 4:45. It's 4:45. Es ist 4:45. Great job! If you are still confused, try to repeat the lesson. We are going to continue practicing soon. Until then, bye-bye! Willkommen! Welcome back! Today, we are going to continue with verbs. You already know this one. To run means either rennen or laufen. Rennen, laufen. To go means gehen. Gehen. Springen means to jump. Springen. To do sports or to exercise means Sport machen. Sport machen. To swim means schwimmen. Schwimmen. To dance is tanzen. Tanzen. To ride a bike is Fahrrad fahren. Fahrrad fahren. And the verb fahren, when it comes alone, it also means to drive. Fahren. To play means spielen. Spielen. If you want to say I like or I don't like something, you say ich mag or ich mag nicht. Ich mag nicht. The same thing goes when you want to say I love or I don't love something. Ich liebe nicht. Ich liebe nicht. Do you remember this exercise from before? Again, try to replace the question marks with the right form of the verb rennen. And now let's read them together. Ich renne. Du rennst. Er, sie, es rennt. Wir rennen. Ihr rennt. Sie rennen. Good job. And now with tanzen. Ich tanze. Du tanzt. The pronunciation of this one might be a bit difficult. Try to practice it. Du tanzt. Es tanzt. Wir tanzen. Ihr tanzt. Sie tanzen. And now with schwimmen. Ich schwimme. Du schwimmst. Er, sie, es schwimmt. Wir schwimmen. Ihr schwimmt. Sie schwimmen. One more time with spielen. Ich spiele. Du spielst. Er, sie, es spielt. Wir spielen. Ihr spielt. Sie spielen. And now with laufen. And keep in mind that laufen is not regular. Ich laufe. Du läufst. Er, sie, es läuft. Wir laufen. Ihr lauft. Sie laufen. As you know, the not regular verbs only change with du and as yes. Some of them also change with the form ich, but this is not always the case. Try again with machen. Ich mache. Du machst. Er, sie, es macht. Wir machen. Ihr macht. Sie machen. Now, I want you to reflect on how many verbs you can use in German. There are quite a lot. I would like to recommend from a language nerd to another that you, for example, start to build sentences as simple as possible. By doing so, you are proving to yourself that you are actually able to use those verbs in daily conversations. What I used to do was to build conversations in my head in German. Try to talk about the weather, about yourself. Try to ask questions in your mind in German. And finally, you are going to realize that you are actually much better than you thought. And this is the end of our 20th lesson, which is half of our first course. Excellent job so far, and I will see you next time. Bye-bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. For our lesson for today, we are going to learn the question words. For example, what, where, when, why, and so on. Questions in German mean Fragen. The first word is what, means was. Was. Who means wer. Wer. Why means warum. Warum. Where means wo. Wo. How means wie. Wie. How much, for example, or how many, you say wie viel. Wie viel. Viel alone means very or many. When means wann. Wann. If you want to answer the question why, warum, you say weil. Weil means because. Warum? Weil. Let's see if you can translate those words into German. Let's read them together to see if you got everything right. Who, wer. What, was. When, wann. Where, wo. Why, warum. How, wie. How many, wie viel. Wie viel. Excellent. A couple of lessons ago, we learned how to say the time in German. And now we are going to practice even more, to make sure we got everything covered. Try to figure out what the time is in German. If you feel the need to repeat the lesson, feel free to do so. Wie spät ist es? What time is it? Es ist 10 nach 10. Es ist 10 nach 10. It's 10 past 10. Wie spät ist es means what time is it? Try again. Wie spät ist es? Es ist 7:15. Es ist 7:15. It's 6:45. Again. Wie spät ist es? Es ist 9:30. Es ist 9:30. It's 9:30. But as you already know, in the German language it's a bit different. It's 9:30 means es ist 9:30, which means half of 10. Es ist 9:30. Try again. Wie spät ist es? Es ist 7:55. Es ist 7:55. It's 8:05. Try again. Es ist 10:20. Es ist 10:20. One last time. This one might be a bit tricky. Try to think of a possible answer and we will see if it's correct. Es ist 5:30 is the correct answer. Es ist 5:30, which means it's 5:30. At first you might find those times a bit complicated, but don't worry. With time you're going to master it. Some side notes that might be helpful if you are going to live in a German-speaking country. Most people don't use the terms 1 p.m., 2 p.m., 3 p.m., and so on. Instead, they say 13 o'clock, 14 o'clock, 15 o'clock, which means after 12 o'clock, they just continue with the numbers. Nowadays, that most of us can see the time with their phones, it might be a bit practical if you can say the exact time. For example, if it's 15:38, you can simply say, es ist 15:38, which means it's 15 o'clock 38. You just have to read the numbers as they are, but don't forget to add the Uhr in the middle after the hours. The second example is 21:23. Es ist 21:23. Es ist 21:23. The last one is 9:16. Es ist 9:16. Es ist 9:16. And you have finished the lesson for today. See you next time. Bye bye. Welcome back. Willkommen. The things we learned from our last lesson are wer, was, wann, wo, warum, weil, wie viel. And for our lesson for today, we are going to learn more about family and family members. In German, family means die Familie. Die Familie. The first word is parents. Die Eltern. Die Eltern. Die Mutter is mother. Die Mutter. Kid is das Kind. Das Kind. Father is der Vater. Der Vater. Relatives in general are die Verwandten. Die Verwandten. Brother is der Bruder. Der Bruder. Sister means die Schwester. Die Schwester. Siblings, regardless of the gender, are die Geschwister. Die Geschwister. Grandfather is der Großvater. Der Großvater. The same thing goes with grandmother. Die Großmutter. Die Großmutter. Grandparents are die Großeltern. Die Großeltern. Uncle is der Onkel. Der Onkel. Aunt is die Tante. Die Tante. Cousin is der Cousin or die Cousine. It depends on the gender of the person. Der Cousin or die Cousine. Son is der Sohn. Der Sohn. Daughter is die Tochter. Die Tochter. Grandson is der Enkel. Der Enkel. Granddaughter is die Enkelin. Die Enkelin. A spouse is der Ehepartner or die Ehepartnerin. Again, it depends on the gender. Der Ehepartner or die Ehepartnerin. Great-grandfather is der Urgroßvater. Don't mix between Ur and Uhr, which means clock. There is an H in the middle. Uhr, der Urgroßvater. Same thing with great-grandmother. Die Urgroßmutter. Die Urgroßmutter. Great-grandson is der Urenkel. Der Urenkel. Great-granddaughter is die Urenkelin. Die Urenkelin. In meiner Familie habe ich. Can you figure out what this sentence means? In meiner Familie habe ich. Exactly. In my family, I have. The second sentence is die Familie von meinem Partner hat. Can you figure out what this sentence means? Die Familie von meinem Partner hat. Correct. The family of my partner or my spouse has. And now that you know what those sentences mean, try to fill them. For example, in meiner Familie habe ich eine Mutter, einen Vater, 4 Großeltern, 7 Onkel und Tanten, 9 Cousins. Do you hear the pronunciation of the last word? Cousin in plural, you have to add a French pronunciation to it. Cousin. Die Familie von meinem Partner hat eine Mutter, einen Bruder, 10 Onkel und 25 Cousins. Correct. Let's go through the new words one more time. Die Familie, die Eltern, die Mutter, der Vater, das Kind, die Verwandten, die Geschwister, der Bruder, die Schwester, die Großeltern, der Großvater, die Großmutter, der Onkel, die Tante, der Cousin, die Cousine, and in plural they are die Cousins, der Sohn, die Tochter, der Enkel, die Enkelin, der Ehepartner, die Ehepartnerin, der Urgroßvater, die Urgroßmutter, der Urenkel, die Urenkelin. And this was the end of our lesson for today. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen. Welcome. Before we start, as always, let's start with a quick summary of the things we learned before. Die Familie, die Eltern, die Mutter, der Vater, das Kind, die Verwandten, die Geschwister, der Bruder, die Schwester, die Großeltern, der Großvater, die Großmutter, der Onkel, die Tante, der Cousin, die Cousine, der Sohn, die Tochter, der Enkel, die Enkelin, der Ehepartner, die Ehepartnerin, der Urgroßvater, die Urgroßmutter, der Urenkel, die Urenkelin. Good job! For our lesson for today, we are going to learn more about emotions in German. Emotions in German mean die Gefühle. Die Gefühle. Let's start with the basic feelings. For example, happy. Happy means glücklich. Glücklich. It might be a bit difficult to pronounce this one, so let's practice a couple of times together. Glücklich. Glücklich. Sad means traurig. Traurig. Excited means aufgeregt. Aufgeregt. Tired means müde. Müde. For angry, you have two options. You can either say sauer, or wütend, wütend. The word sour in English means also the taste sour. And in German, it makes sense to say sauer when you are feeling angry. Confused means verwirrt. Verwirrt. Try to pronounce it one more time. Verwirrt. Excellent. When you want to say someone is in love, you say verliebt. Verliebt, which comes from the verb to love, which is lieben. But you already know this one. Frustrated means frustriert. Frustriert. Nervous means nervös. Nervös. Shy means schüchtern. Schüchtern. Again, schüchtern. Surprised means überrascht. Überrascht. There are some sentences that are different from English. For example, when you want to say I'm worried, you don't say ich bin. Instead, you say ich mache mir Sorgen, which is translated into I make myself worries. It doesn't make sense, but in German, this is the way we say it. Ich mache mir Sorgen. Ich mache mir Sorgen. A second example is when you want to say I'm scared or frightened. You also don't say ich bin, but ich habe Angst, which means I have fear. Ich habe Angst. The same thing here. I'm bored means mir ist langweilig. Mir ist langweilig. I am embarrassed means mir ist peinlich. Mir ist peinlich. The last couple of sentences don't necessarily have to make sense. You can simply learn them as they are, because in German they do make sense. If you want to express your feelings, you can say, for example, I feel uncomfortable or comfortable. You say, ich fühle mich wohl or unwohl. In this case, ich fühle mich means I feel and wohl means comfortable. Or unwohl means uncomfortable. Ich fühle mich wohl. Ich fühle mich unwohl. The infinitive of the verb to feel is sich fühlen, which is translated into to feel oneself. I feel myself, you feel yourself, he feels himself, and so on. And because of that, you have to change two words. Let's read them together. I feel, ich fühle mich. Ich fühle mich. Du fühlst dich. Du fühlst dich. Sie, es fühlt sich. Sie, es fühlt sich. Wir fühlen uns. Wir fühlen uns. Ihr fühlt euch. Ihr fühlt euch. Sie fühlen sich. Sie fühlen sich. As you can see, the verb fühlen is normal. But you have to keep in mind how the second word is going to change. If you are confused, think of them like this. Mich means myself. Dich means yourself. Sich, himself or herself. Uns, ourselves. Euch, yourselves. And sich, the plural, themselves. Now, let's see if we can differentiate between when to use ich fühle mich, ich bin, and ich habe when we talk about feelings. practice, try to translate those sentences. I am tired. Ich bin müde. I am worried. Ich mache mir Sorgen. You feel sad. Du fühlst dich traurig. We are happy. Wir sind glücklich. They are angry. Sie sind sauer or sie sind wütend. I am bored. Mir ist langweilig. If you are still confused, I completely understand. I would recommend that you go to the beginning of the lesson and go through it again step by step. For now, let's read the new words one more time. Die Gefühle. Glücklich. Traurig. Aufgeregt. Müde. Sauer. Wütend. Verwirrt. Verliebt. Frustriert. Nervös. Schüchtern. Überrascht. Ich mache mir Sorgen. Ich habe Angst. Mir ist langweilig. Mir ist peinlich. Ich fühle mich wohl. Ich fühle mich unwohl. And sich fühlen. And that was the end of our lesson for today. Until next time. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back. The words we learned in the previous lesson are die Gefühle, glücklich, traurig, aufgeregt, müde, sauer, wütend, verwirrt, verliebt, frustriert, nervös, schüchtern, überrascht. Ich mache mir Sorgen. Ich habe Angst. Mir ist langweilig. Mir ist peinlich. Ich fühle mich wohl. Ich fühle mich unwohl. Sich fühlen. And today we are going to learn more about the body, or der Körper. Der Körper. Head means der Kopf. Der Kopf. Face means das Gesicht. Das Gesicht. One eye means das Auge. Das Auge. Two eyes mean die Augen. Die Augen. One ear means das Ohr. Das Ohr. Two ears mean die Ohren. Die Ohren. Chest means die Brust. die Brust. One arm means der Arm. Der Arm. Both arms mean die Armen. Die Armen. Leg means das Bein. Das Bein. Both legs mean die Beine. Die Beine. As you can see, all words in plural have the article die, regardless of their previous gender. Let's continue with feet. One foot means der Fuß. Der Fuß. Feet mean die Füße. Die Füße. One hand means die Hand. Two hands mean die Hände. Die Hände. Finger is der Finger. More than one finger is die Finger. Here, nothing's changed except for the article. When it's plural, it's always die. Keep that in mind. A toe is der Zeh. Der Zeh. Toes are die Zehen. Die Zehen. Back means der Rücken. Der Rücken. Knee means das Knie. And in German, you have to pronounce the K. Das Knie. Knees are die Knie. Die Knie. Elbow is der Ellbogen. Der Ellbogen. Pretty similar to the English word. Shoulder is die Schulter. Die Schulter. Ankle is der Knöchel. Der Knöchel. Try one more time. Der Knöchel. Excellent. Teeth are die Zähne. Die Zähne. Stomach is der Magen. Der Magen. Hip is die Hüfte. Die Hüfte. Hair is die Haare. Die Haare. Let's learn a new verb. To touch is berühren. I know the word is really difficult to pronounce, but let's practice. Berühren. Berühren. One more time. berühren. Excellent. Let's read it together. Ich berühre. Du berührst. Sie, es berührt. Wir berühren. Ihr berührt. And sie berühren. With this verb, you have to keep two things in mind. First of all, the H is silent. Berühren. The second thing is that the verb is completely normal. Now let's read the words one more time together. Der Körper. Der Kopf. Das Gesicht. Die Augen. Die Ohren. Die Brust. Die Arme. Die Beine. Die Füße. Die Hände. Die Finger. Die Zehen. Der Rücken. Die Knie. Der Ellbogen. Die Schulter. Der Knöchel. Die Zähne. Der Magen. Die Hüfte. Die Haare. Berühren. At the end, I really want to say that you have to keep in mind the importance of learning the article of each word. Other than that, enjoy the rest of your day and see you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen. Let's go through the words from last lesson one more time. Der Körper. Der Kopf. Das Gesicht. Die Augen. Die Ohren. Die Brust. Die Arme. Die Beine. Die Füße. Die Hände. Die Finger. Die Zehen. Der Rücken. Die Knie. Der Ellbogen. Die Schulter. Der Knöchel. Die Zähne. Der Magen. Die Hüfte. Die Haare. Berühren. Excellent. For our lesson for today, we are going to learn more about physical characteristics. In other words, we are going to learn how to describe someone based on their looks and appearances. In German you would say physikalische Eigenschaften. Physikalische Eigenschaften. Let's start. The first one is beautiful. In German it means schön. Try to ignore the A in the end. we are going to come back to this soon. For now, beautiful means schön. Attractive means attraktiv. Attraktiv. Tall means groß, which also means big. But in the German language, if you want to describe someone as tall, you say big. The same thing goes for short and small. If you want to say that someone is short, you say klein. Klein, which at the same time means small. Thin or skinny means dünn. Dünn. For fat, you can either say fett, fett, or dick, dick. Pretty, handsome, or gorgeous, you say hübsch, hübsch. Ugly, you say hässlich, hässlich. Muscular means muskulös, muskulös. Good looking in general, you say gut aussehend, gut aussehend. One more time. Gut aussehend. Brunette is brünette. Just add an O-umlaut in the middle. Brünette. Blonde is blond. Blond. Grey hair is graue Haare. Graue Haare. Graue Haare. For red hair, rote Haare. Rote Haare. Pale is blass. Blass. If you want to describe the color of the eyes, you just have to add the name of the color before the word Augen, which means eyes. And you also have to add the I at the end. For example, blaue Augen, braune Augen, grüne Augen, green eyes, and so on. Young means jung. Jung. Old means alt. Alt. Short is kurz. Kurz. And this word is usually used when you want to describe things, not people. To say something is long, you say lang. Lang. You might be asking yourself, when can I use the verb sein, to be, and when I can use the verb haben, to have, when describing someone. Those are the words that you can use with sein. Schön, attraktiv, groß, klein, dünn, dick, fett, hübsch, hässlich, muskulös, gut aussehend, brünett, blond, blass, jung, alt, kurz, lang. The last thing, it's when you want to say how old you are. For example, Ich bin 20 Jahre alt. I'm 20 years old. Here you have to use the verb sein. With the verb haben, you can use graue Haare, rote Haare, kurze Haare, lange Haare und Augen. This means that when you want to describe hair or eyes, you have to use the verb haben. For example, I have gray hair. Ich habe graue Haare. You have gray hair. Du hast graue Haare. But if you want to say I'm tall, you say ich bin groß. Do you remember those E's at the end of each word? You have to add those letters, but only in specific situations. If you want to say Sarah is pretty, you only need the first form of the adjective. Sarah ist hübsch. You don't have to add anything. But if you want to say the pretty Sarah, you say die hübsche Sarah. Can you see the difference? Sarah is pretty, the pretty Sarah. The first one you don't have to change the word. The second one you have to add an E. Same thing when you are talking about a boy, or a man, or a masculine thing. Lukas ist groß. Lukas ist tall. Der große Lukas. The tall Lukas. First one without any changes. Second one with an E. The third sentence is Schwester ist alt. Sister is old. Die alte Schwester. The old sister. Schwester ist alt. Die alte Schwester. If the adjective comes after the name, then you don't have to change anything. But if the adjective comes before the name, then you have to add an E. Let's read those examples. Die Augen sind blau. Ich habe blaue Augen. Die Augen sind blau. Here you don't have to change anything because blau comes after the name Augen. The second sentence, however, you have to add an E because blaue comes before the name Augen. The eyes are blue. I have blue eyes. Die Haare sind kurz. Ich habe kurze Haare. The hair is short. I have short hair. And now it's practice time. Try to say your name, your age, and try to describe yourself. Let's read this possible answer together. Hallo, ich heiße Isabella. Ich bin 24 Jahre alt und ich habe blaue Augen. Ich bin blond, klein und jung. Can you figure out what this means in English? Hi, my name is Isabella. I'm 24 years old and I have blue eyes. I am blonde, short, and young. If you want to ask in general what someone looks like, you say, wie schaut aus? Or, wie schaut sie aus? Wie schaut aus? Wie schaut sie aus? Try to translate this with me. Hallo, heißt Peter. Ist 21 Jahre alt und hat braune Augen. ist brünett, groß, hübsch und blass. And now in English. Hi, his name is Peter. He is 21 years old and he has brown eyes. He is brunette, tall, pretty and pale. Excellent. And now through the words one more time. Schön, attraktiv, groß, klein, dünn, dick, fett, hübsch, hässlich, muskulös, gut aussehend, brünett, blond, graue Haare, rote Haare, blass, for example, blaue Augen, jung, alt, kurz, lang. Wie schaut er aus? Wie schaut sie aus? And that was the end of our lesson for today. Thank you very much for tuning in and see you next time. Willkommen and welcome back. Before we start, let's read the words we learned from our last lesson one more time. Schön, attraktiv, groß, klein, dünn, dick, fett, hübsch, hässlich, muskulös, gut aussehend, brünett, blond, graue Haare, rote Haare, blass, for example, braune Augen, jung, alt, kurz, lang. Wie schaut er aus? Wie schaut sie aus? In the last lesson, we learned how to describe someone based on their looks and appearances. Today, we are going to learn how to describe someone based on their attitude and personalities. The first question you can ask is, who are you? Wer bist du? Wer bist du? And just like in the English language, the verb would come before the pronoun if the sentence is a question. That's why it's bist before du. Personality in general means Persönlichkeit. Persönlichkeit. Again. Persönlichkeit. Nett means kind. Nett. Brave means mutig. Mutig. Sensitive is either sensibel, sensibel or empfindlich. Empfindlich. Horrible is schrecklich. Schrecklich. Try it one more time. Schrecklich. Ambitious is ehrgeizig. Ehrgeizig. Passionate is passioniert. Passioniert. Careful means vorsichtig. vorsichtig. Dependent means abhängig. Abhängig. Independent, unabhängig. Unabhängig. Strong means stark. Stark. Fun in general means Spaß. Spaß. But if you want to say someone is funny, you say lustig. Lustig. Sweet or cute means süß. Süß. You can use this word when you want to describe something that tastes sweet. Süß. Polite is höflich. Höflich. Smart or intelligent means klug. Klug. Generous is großzügig. Großzügig. Patient means geduldig. Geduldig. Impatient means ungeduldig. Ungeduldig. Interesting is interessant. It's a bit similar, but don't forget to add the extra S in the middle. Interessant. Bad means schlecht. Schlecht. And you already know that good means gut. If the liar is masculine, you say Lügner. Lügner. If the liar is feminine, you say Lügnerin. Lügnerin. Lazy means faul. Faul. Positive means positiv. Or you can say optimistisch for optimistic. Optimistisch. Serious is sérieux, which sounds a bit similar to nervös, nervous. Sérieux. Talented is talentiert. Talentiert. If you want to ask what someone is like, you say, wie bist du? Wie bist du? Or you can change the question regarding the pronoun. Wie ist er, for example. Rede über deine Persönlichkeit. Talk about your personality. Ich bin a possible answer would be ich bin positiv, nett, höflich und geduldig. I am positive, nice, polite, and patient. And now, a similar exercise. Rede über die Persönlichkeit deiner Mutter. Talk about the personality of your mother. Meine Mutter ist großzügig, klug, süß und vorsichtig. My mother is generous, smart, sweet, and careful. Just like our last lesson, there are some differences between nett and nette. And it is really important to understand when to use the adjective in its normal form and when to add an e. So again, just like our last lesson, if the adjective comes after the name, then you don't have to add anything. However, if the adjective comes before the name, then you have to change it. Let's read the examples. Julia ist nett. Die nette Julia. Julia is nice. The nice Julia. And here we have an E in the second sentence because the adjective nett comes before the name Julia. And as we know, this also goes to the names that are masculine. For example, Lukas ist höflich. Der höfliche Lukas. Lukas is polite. The polite Lukas. Höflich comes after Lukas. We don't have to change anything. Höflich comes before Lukas. Then we add an E. And let's go through the words one more time. Wer bist du? Persönlichkeit. Nett. Mutig. Sensibel. Empfindlich. Schrecklich. Ehrgeizig. Passioniert. Vorsichtig. Abhängig. Unabhängig. Stark. Spaß. Lustig. Süß. Höflich. Klug. Großzügig. Geduldig. Ungeduldig. Interessant. Schlecht. Lügner. Lügnerin. Faul. Positiv. Optimistisch. Seriös. Talentiert. Wie bist du? Excellent! And this is the end of our lesson for today. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back. And for today, we are going to put everything we've learned so far together. In the first exercise, you have to explain your family tree. Erklären Sie Ihren Stammbaum. In my family, I have. In meiner Familie habe ich. A possible answer would be: in meiner Familie habe ich 2 Eltern, 0 Geschwister, 4 Großeltern, 0 Urgroßeltern, 7 Onkel und Tanten, 9 Cousins. Do you have a similar family tree? For the second exercise, you have to explain the family tree of your mother. In der Familie meiner Mutter hat sie possible answer would be 2 Eltern, 4 Geschwister, 0 Großeltern, 0 Urgroßeltern, 2 Onkel, 4 Nichten und Neffen, which means nieces and nephews. Ich weiß nicht, wie viele Cousins sie hat. I don't know how many cousins she has. How are you doing? Wie geht es dir? Try to answer this question. Heute fühle ich mich glücklich, müde und aufgeregt. Today, I feel myself happy, tired, and excited. And now, give me some characteristics about the way you look. Wie schaust du aus? Try to find adjectives that you can use with ich bin and ich habe. For example, ich bin klein, blond, dünn und ich bin 24 Jahre alt. But ich habe blonde Haare, braune Augen und ich habe lange Haare. And now, tell me more about your personality. Wie bist du? Ich bin nett, optimistisch und ehrgeizig. I am nice, optimistic, and ambitious. So far, so good? And now, in general, try to describe yourself and your family. Beschreiben Sie sich und Ihre Familie. Let's read the answer together. And try to translate what you are hearing at the same time. Mein Name ist Isabella und ich bin 24 Jahre alt, mit blauen Augen. Ich bin blond, klein und dünn. Ich bin eine nette, lustige und faule Person. Ich habe nicht eine große Familie, aber ich habe 2 Eltern, 4 Großeltern, 7 Onkel und 9 Cousins. Heute fühle ich mich müde und glücklich. Did you get it right? Let's translate it together. My name is Isabella, and I am 24 years old, with blue eyes. I'm blonde, small. I'm blonde, short, thin. I am a nice, funny, and lazy person. I don't have a big family, but I have 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 7 uncles, and 9 cousins. Today, I feel tired and happy. Let's try to have a conversation. I'm going to ask you the questions and you're going to read the answers. Hallo. Wie heißt du? Wie alt bist du? Wie geht es dir? Mir geht es gut is another way of saying I'm doing fine. Let's try it one more time. Wie schaust du aus? Hast du eine Familie? Wie groß ist deine Familie? And we are done with our practice for today. Thank you for tuning in and bye-bye. Willkommen and welcome back. Today we are going to learn more about how to say directions, or in other words, we are going to learn how to describe the way to a specific place. Directions in German means die Richtungen. Richtungen. A singular direction means die Richtung. Die Richtung. Places are Orte. Orte. The store can be 2 words. You can either say der Laden, or das Geschäft. Das Geschäft. School is die Schule. Die Schule. Library is die Bibliothek. Die Bibliothek. Supermarket is der Supermarkt. Der Supermarkt. Building is das Gebäude. Das Gebäude. Again, das Gebäude. Office is das Büro. Das Büro. Train station is der Bahnhof. Der Bahnhof. Bus station is die Bushaltestelle. Die Bushaltestelle. Beach is der Strand. Der Strand. Restaurant is das Restaurant. Das Restaurant. Park is der Park. Der Park. Die Kirche is church. Die Kirche. Again. Die Kirche. Cinema is das Kino. Das Kino. Post office is das Postamt. Das Postamt. City Hall is das Rathaus. Das Rathaus. The market square is der Marktplatz. Der Marktplatz. Almost every German or Austrian city has a market square and a city hall, so it's important to know those words. Street is die Straße. Die Straße. Corner is die Ecke. Die Ecke. Bridge is die Brücke. Die Brücke. This is also one of the things that almost every city in Germany or in Austria has. In other words, the majority of the big cities in Germany or in Austria are built around rivers, so there are many bridges between. And now we are going to learn some words to help us to describe where something is. Neben is next to. Neben. Behind is hinter. Hinter. In front of is vor. Vor. Between is zwischen. Zwischen. Again. Zwischen. To is zu. Zu. Nach is also to. Nach. The differences between zu and nach are a bit complicated for now. That's why we are going to talk about it in the future. In is simply in. Bis has actually more than one meaning. It can either mean up to or until, or it can also mean to. Again, we are going to talk about it in a future lesson. Opposite is gegenüber. Gegenüber. To the left of is auf der linken Seite von. Or you can also say links von. Auf der linken Seite von. or links von. The same thing goes with to the right of. Auf der rechten Seite von, auf der rechten Seite von or rechts von. You can also say nach links when you want to say to the left or simply left. And nach rechts, to the right. First means zuerst. If you want to describe something or a story that has many steps, you have to use the words like first and then, something like that. That's why the word first in German means zuerst. Zuerst. Then is dann. Dann. And now some verbs. To turn is drehen. Drehen. And this is a normal verb. To cross the street, for example, is überqueren. Überqueren. Straight ahead or continue straight is geradeaus. Geradeaus. If you want to ask where is something, you say wo ist die Schule, for example. Where is the school? Wo ist? Wohin gehst du? Where are you going? Wohin gehst du? Now, look at this map and try to identify the small park. Do you see it? Wo ist der kleine Park? Where is the small park? Do you see the red point? That's where you are. And now try to describe where the small park is according to you. There are many correct answers. One of them, and one of the simplest answers, is der Park ist auf der linken Seite. Der Park ist auf der linken Seite. The park is on the left side. Try it again. And now try to describe your way to the supermarket. Wo ist der Supermarkt? Let's go through it step by step. Du gehst geradeaus. Drehe nach links bis Northstraße. You go straight ahead. Turn to the left up to North Street. Du drehst nach rechts und dann geradeaus. You turn to the right and then straight ahead. Der Supermarkt ist auf der linken Seite. The supermarkt is on the left side. Ich bin in der Kirche und ich gehe zu dem Postamt. Wie gehst du? I am in the church and I'm going to the post office. I want to ask you, how will you go? Try to describe the way you are going to take to me. And remember, now you have to use ich instead of du. Ich gehe geradeaus bis Blackwellstraße. I go straight ahead to Blackwell Street. Ich drehe nach links und überquere die Brücke. I turn to the left and I cross the bridge. Das Postamt ist auf der rechten Seite. The post office is on the right side. And now let's go through the words one more time. Die Richtungen, Orte, das Geschäft, die Schule, die Bibliothek, der Supermarkt, das Gebäude, das Büro, der Bahnhof, die Bushaltestelle, der Strand, das Restaurant, der Park, die Kirche, das Kino, das Postamt, das Rathaus, der Marktplatz, die Straße, die Ecke, die Brücke, rechts von, links von, neben, hinter, zwischen, vor, gegenüber, bis, zu, nach, zuerst, dann, drehen, überqueren, geradeaus. Gratuliere. That was the end of our lesson for today. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back. The things we learned from our last lesson are die Richtungen, Orte, das Geschäft, die Schule, die Bibliothek, der Supermarkt, das Gebäude, das Büro, der Bahnhof, die Bushaltestelle, der Strand, das Restaurant, der Park, die Kirche, das Kino, das Postamt, das Rathaus, der Marktplatz, die Straße, die Ecke, rechts von, links von, neben, hinter, zuerst, dann, drehen, überqueren, geradeaus, zwischen, vor, gegenüber, zu and nach. Today we are going to continue by being more specific about the things that one can find in the supermarket. der Supermarkt. Price is der Preis. Der Preis. A discount or a sale is der Rabatt. Der Rabatt. Plastic bag is die Plastiktüte. Die Plastiktüte. Tüte means bag. A paper bag is die Papiertüte. Die Papiertüte. Aisle is der Gang. Der Gang. Register is die Kasse. Die Kasse. A cart is der Einkaufswagen. Der Einkaufswagen. One more time. Der Einkaufswagen. Fruits and vegetables are, as you already know, Obst und Gemüse. Obst und Gemüse. Meat is das Fleisch. Dairy products are die Milchprodukte. Die Milchprodukte. For pasta, you can either say die Nudel, or die Pasta. Bread is das Brot. Das Brot. Sweets are die Süßigkeiten. Do you remember the word süß from 2 lessons before? Die Süßigkeiten. Die Süßigkeiten. The verb to buy means kaufen. Kaufen. And you can use it in the following way. Ich kaufe. Du kaufst. Sie, es kauft. Wir kaufen. Ihr kauft. Sie kaufen. It's a normal verb, just like we are used to. To cost means kosten. Kosten. And usually you only use this verb to describe something in the third form. It costs. You never say I cost or you cost, for example. That's why you only need to learn one form of this verb. Kostet. For example, das Brot kostet. Or es kostet. There is or there are is es gibt. Es gibt. And in the German language, you can use this one for singular words or plural. It always stays the same. Es gibt. Okay, now You can read the black lines, and I will read the red lines. Das Brot ist neben den Süßigkeiten. Ja, es ist zwischen dem normalen Brot und den Süßigkeiten. €3. Bitte. Let's go through the words one more time. Der Supermarkt. Der Preis. Der Rabatt. Die Plastiktüte. Die Papiertüte. Der Gang. Die Kasse. Der Einkaufswagen. Obst und Gemüse. Das Fleisch. Die Milchprodukte. Die Nudel. Das Brot. Die Süßigkeiten. Kaufen. Kosten. Es kostet. Es gibt. Gratuliere! You have finished this lesson as well. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back. The words we learned from our last lesson are der Supermarkt, der Preis, der Rabatt, die Plastiktüte, die Papiertüte, der Gang, die Kasse, der Einkaufswagen, Obst und Gemüse, das Fleisch, die Milchprodukte, die Nudel, das Brot, die Süßigkeiten, kaufen, kosten, es kostet, es gibt. Today we are going to learn more about the house. The house in German means das Haus. Das Haus. When it comes to pronunciation, it's the same as in English, but you have to keep in mind how the word house is written. H-A-U-S. Kitchen is die Küche. Die Küche. Again, die Küche. Living room is das Wohnzimmer. Das Wohnzimmer. Bedroom means das Schlafzimmer. Das Schlafzimmer. You can see that the word Zimmer means room. For bathroom, you can say two things. You can either say das Badezimmer, das Badezimmer, or simply das Bad. Das Bad. If you have a basement, you say der Keller. Der Keller. For stairs, you say die Treppe. Die Treppe. Door means die Tür. Die Tür. Window means das Fenster. Das Fenster. A roof or ceiling is das Dach. Das Dach. Lamp is die Lampe. Die Lampe. Clock is die Uhr. Die Uhr. But you already know this one. Remember? From the lesson we talked about how to save the time. Exactly. So in German, the word o'clock and clock are exactly the same. Television is der Fernseher. Der Fernseher. Bed means das Bett. Das Bett. A closet, for example, is der Schrank. Der Schrank. Refrigerator is der Kühlschrank. Der Kühlschrank. One more time. Der Kühlschrank. A sink is das Waschbecken. Das Waschbecken. To clean in general means putzen. Putzen. Let's see how we can use this verb. Let's read it together. Ich putze, du putzt, sie, es putzt, wir putzen, ihr putzt, sie putzen. As you can see, du, sie, es, and ihr share the same form. The reason for this is how complicated the pronunciation would be if the verb were completely normal. To wash means waschen. Waschen. This verb is not regular. So you say, ich wasche. Du wäschst. Sie, es wäscht. Wir waschen. Ihr wascht. Sie waschen. Here you have to pay attention on the form with du and es. Do you remember what this room is called in German? Das Wohnzimmer. Correct. What about this one? Die Küche. The kitchen. And this? Das Bad or das Badezimmer. What about this one? the bedroom. Das Schlafzimmer. Excellent. Let's read those 3 sentences, and together we are going to see what are the differences between them. Ich muss die Küche putzen. I have to clean the kitchen. Ich muss die Küche putzen. Muss in this case would mean have to. Ich werde die Küche putzen. I will clean the kitchen. Ich werde die Küche putzen. Here the word werde means will. And the last sentence is ich möchte die Küche putzen. And you know this one, right? I want to clean the kitchen. Möchte means want. And it comes from möchten. The words we learned today are das Haus, die Küche, das Wohnzimmer, das Schlafzimmer, das Bad, das Badezimmer, der Keller, die Treppe, die Tür, das Fenster, das Dach, die Lampe, der Fernseher, das Bett, der Schrank, der Kühlschrank, das Waschbecken, putzen, waschen, ich muss, ich werde. And don't worry about the last 2 words. We are going to talk about them soon, in a more precise way. And that was the end of our lesson for today. Thank you very much for tuning in, and see you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back. The words we learned from our last lesson are das Haus, die Küche, das Wohnzimmer, das Schlafzimmer, das Bad, das Badezimmer, der Keller, die Treppe, die Tür, das Fenster, das Dach, die Lampe, der Fernseher, das Bett, der Schrank, der Kühlschrank, das Waschbecken, putzen, waschen, ich muss, ich werde. Today, we are going to talk more about the bathroom and the things you can find there. As we know, bathroom means either das Badezimmer, or simply das Bad. The first word is shower. Shower means die Dusche. Die Dusche. A sink, as we already know, means das Waschbecken. And this goes for the sink in the kitchen or in the bathroom. Mirror, as we already know, means der Spiegel. Der Spiegel. A brush, die Bürste. Die Bürste. And remember, you don't pronounce the R as R, but more like R. So the word is die Bürste. Try it again. Die Bürste. Toothbrush is die Zahnbürste, which is literally translated into toothbrush. Tooth means Zahn and brush means Bürste. So you say die Zahnbürste. Hairdryer is der Föhn. Der Föhn. Soap means die Seife. Die Seife. But shampoo is das Shampoo. Das Shampoo. Toothpaste is die Zahnpasta. Die Zahnpasta. For toilet, you say die Toilette. Die Toilette. Or, if you are in a public place, toilet is called WC. WC. Sponge is der Schwamm. Der Schwamm. Toilet paper is das Toilettenpapier. Das Toilettenpapier. A towel is das Handtuch. Das Handtuch. When you want to say that you do something on a regular basis, you say normally, right? And normally in German means normalerweise. Normalerweise. To brush means bürsten. Bürsten. Let's see how we can use this verb. Ich bürste. Du bürstest. Sie, es bürstet. Wir bürsten. Ihr bürstet. Sie bürsten. I know that in the English language you say to brush your teeth, but in the German language you don't say brush when you want to talk about brushing your teeth. Instead you use the verb clean. To brush your teeth in German means die Zähne putzen. Die Zähne putzen. And Zähne means teeth. Tooth is Zahn. To shower is duschen. Duschen. And it's a normal verb. Ich dusche. Du duschst. Sie, es duscht. Wir duschen. Ihr duscht. And sie duschen. Do you remember the sentence Ich werde die Küche putzen, which means I will clean the kitchen? We talked about how the verb werden means going to or will. The most important thing you have to keep in mind when using the verb werden is that the second verb that you use, it has to be always in the infinitive form. For example, putzen or spielen or springen and so on. The second most important thing you have to keep in mind is that the second verb has to always be the last word of the sentence, regardless of the thing you want to say. We will see more examples soon. But first, let's see how we can use this verb. This verb is not regular. And because of that, you say, ich werde. Du wirst. Sie es wird. Wir werden. Ihr werdet. Sie werden. Another sentence that we used in our last lesson was ich muss die Küche putzen. I have to clean the kitchen. Muss comes from the verb müssen, which means have to or must. When using this verb, just like the verb werden, the second verb has to be in infinitive and it also has to be the last word of the sentence. Those kind of verbs are modal verbs or Modalverben. Other verbs like that are can, want, allowed to. To summarize it, this means that Modalverben are the verbs where you have to use another verb to make sense of the sentence. For example, I have to. I have to what? I have to clean. We are allowed to use the verb müssen in the following way. Ich muss. Du musst. Es muss. Wir müssen. Ihr müsst. Sie müssen. As you can see, the first three forms are without umlaut. Try to translate those sentences. Ich dusche. I shower. Ich dusche. I am going to shower. Ich werde duschen. Ich werde duschen. And as you can see, the second verb, duschen, is in the infinitive. I need to shower. Ich muss duschen. Ich muss duschen. I normally shower at night. Normalerweise dusche ich in der Nacht. In the German language, when you have words like normally, usually, rarely, those words always come first. Normalerweise dusche ich in der Nacht. The reason why dusche comes before ich in this case is going to be discussed later, so don't worry about it for now. Try to translate those sentences one more time. Shall we read them together? She brushes the teeth. Sie putzt die Zähne. Sie putzt die Zähne. And I understand it's not normal to say to brush the teeth, but in German it does make sense. So you say sie putzt die Zähne. You can also say sie putzt ihre Zähne, but this is a lesson we are going to have in the future. You are going to brush the teeth. Du wirst die Zähne putzen. Du wirst die Zähne putzen. Here you can clearly see that the second verb, putzen, has to come at the end of the sentence, and the rest of the sentence is in the middle. And this is always the case with Modalverben. We need to brush our hair. Wir müssen die Haare bürsten. Wir müssen die Haare bürsten. Again, brush has to be the last word. They normally brush their hair at night. Normalerweise bürsten sie die Haare in der Nacht. Normalerweise bürsten sie die Haare in der Nacht. To end the lesson, let's go through the new words one more time. Das Badezimmer, die Dusche, das Waschbecken, der Spiegel, die Bürste, die Zahnbürste, der Föhn, die Seife, das Shampoo, die Zahnpasta, die Toilette, der Schwamm, das Toilettenpapier, das Handtuch. Normalerweise bürsten, duschen, die Zähne putzen, werden, müssen. Gratuliere! You just finished this lesson. Thank you very much for taking part in it, and see you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back. Let's start with the words from our last lesson. Das Badezimmer, die Dusche, das Waschbecken, der Spiegel, die Bürste, die Zahnbürste, der Föhn, die Seife, das Shampoo, die Zahnpasta, die Toilette, der Schwamm, das Toilettenpapier, das Handtuch. Normalerweise bürsten, duschen, die Zähne putzen, werden, müssen. If you are interested in working in a kitchen, for example, or in general, spending time in the kitchen, we are going to try to cover all the basic words you might need. The kitchen in German means die Küche. Die Küche. Breakfast is das Frühstück. Das Frühstück, which means the early piece. Das Frühstück. And try to pronounce the O-Umlaut. Das Frühstück. Lunch is das Mittagessen. Das Mittagessen, which means the midday food. Dinner is das Abendessen. Das Abendessen, the evening's food. And you can see that the word food in general means das Essen. And you probably remember that the verb eat also means essen. Oven is der Ofen. Der Ofen. And stove is der Herd. Der Herd. Microwave is die Mikrowelle. Die Mikrowelle. A garbage can or rubbish bin is die Mülltonne. Die Mülltonne. A frying pan or pan is die Pfanne. Die Pfanne. Plates are die Teller. Die Teller. And teller is at the same time the singular word and the plural word for plate. The German language does have some words that you don't need to change if you want to say them in plural. Fork is die Gabel. Die Gabel. Do you remember this word from before? Knife is das Messer. Das Messer. Spoon is der Löffel. Der Löffel. Glass is das Glas. Das Glas. But cup is die Tasse. Die Tasse. The taste sweet is süß. Süß, which also means cute. For spicy, you have two words. You can either say würzig, as in it has so many spices, or scharf, like when something tastes really hot, for example. Würzig, scharf. Sour is sour. At the same time, it means angry. Remember? Bitter is bitter. Bitter. Salt is das Salz. Das Salz. Salty is salzig. Salzig. In the German language, we have one word for both cook and boil. The word is kochen. Kochen. Ich koche. Du kochst. Sie, es kocht. Wir kochen. Ihr kocht. Sie kochen. To cut something is schneiden. Schneiden. Ich schneide. Du schneidest. Sie, es schneidet. Wir schneiden. Ihr schneidet and Sie schneiden. To fry is braten. Braten. This one is not regular. Ich brate. Du brätst. Sie es brät. Wir braten. Ihr bratet. Sie braten. To bake is backen. Backen. This one is also not regular. Ich backe. Du bäckst. Sie es bäckt. Wir backen. Ihr backt. Sie backen. To peel is schälen. Schälen. This one, luckily, is normal. Ich schäle. Du schälst. Sie es schält. Wir schälen. Ihr schält. Sie schälen. Now, let's see if we can use those words to cook something. This one is called Reis mit Gemüse. Rice with vegetables. You need eine Tasse Reis, 2 Karotten, eine Zwiebel, eine Tasse Brokkoli, eine halbe rote Paprika, Knoblauch, Salz und 2 Löffel scharfe Soße. The first step is den Reis kochen. The second step is schneide die Karotten, die Zwiebel, den Brokkoli, die Paprika und den Knoblauch. The third step is das Gemüse, den Knoblauch und das Salz in eine Pfanne. Koche sie 10 Minuten lang. And the final step is und dann die scharfe Soße. And just like that, you have cooked your first German recipe. As a small homework, try to write your own recipe. Schreibe dein eigenes Rezept. Let's read the new words one more time. Die Küche, das Frühstück, das Mittagessen, das Abendessen, das Essen, der Ofen, der Herd, die Mikrowelle, die Mülltonne, die Pfanne, die Teller, das Messer, der Löffel, das Glas, die Tasse, süß, würzig, scharf, sauer, bitter, salzig, das Salz, kochen, schneiden, braten, schälen and backen. And that was the end of our lesson. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back. The words from our last lesson are die Küche, das Frühstück, das Mittagessen, das Abendessen, das Essen, der Ofen, der Herd, die Mikrowelle, die Mülltonne, die Pfanne, die Teller, das Messer, der Löffel, das Glas, die Tasse. Süß, würzig, scharf, sauer, bitter, salzig. Das Salz, kochen, schneiden, braten, schälen, backen. Today, we are going to practice to make sure we are able to build more complicated sentences. For the first exercise, I'm going to read the black lines and you will read the red lines. At the same time, try to translate the sentences in your head. Hallo, ich muss Äpfel kaufen. Wo sind sie? Danke. Und haben Sie auch grüne Äpfel? Wie viel kosten sie? Good job. Let's try to translate it together. Hi. Hi. I have to buy apples. Where are they? They are in aisle number 5, between the lemons and the kiwis. Thank you. And do you have green apples too? Too means auch. Yes, of course. How much are they? 3 euros per kilo. Look at the map that is in front of you. Try to find the Kino. Try to describe the way from where you are to the cinema. If you need to pause, do so. Let's try this possible answer. Du gehst geradeaus. Nach links drehen und dann nach rechts. Du gehst geradeaus. Das Kino ist nach der Ecke. You go straight ahead. You turn to the left and then to the right. You go straight ahead one more time. The cinema is after the corner. This is only one of the many possible answers. If you've got something else, don't worry about it. The most important thing is that you are able to use the words you learned in building sentences. Wohin gehst du? Where are you going? Wohin gehst du? Wohin gehst du? Ich gehe zu dem Büro. I'm going to the office. Ich bin in dem kleinen Park und möchte zu der Kirche gehen. Wie? I am in the small park and want to go to the church. How? Try to come up with an answer for this question. Du bist in der Sidwellstraße. Du musst nach rechts drehen und geradeaus. Drehe nach links und gehe geradeaus. Die Kirche ist auf der rechten Seite. You are in the Sidwell Street. You have to turn to the right and then straight forward. Turn to the left and go straight forward. The church is on the right side. Did you have a similar answer? For this exercise, try to translate those German sentences into English. Keep in mind that the answers don't have to be exactly the same. The goal of this exercise is that you get the main idea of the sentence. Rechts drehen. To turn right. Das Badezimmer putzen. To clean the bathroom. Die Hände waschen. To wash the hands. Gib mir das Salz. Give me the salt. Die Zähne nicht putzen. Not to brush the teeth. Die Zwiebel nicht schneiden. Not to cut the onion. Die Milch nicht kochen. Not to boil the milk. Here, the last three sentences are written in the infinitive form. That's why nicht comes before the verb, but usually we use nicht after the verb. More examples are going to follow. Try to do the exact same thing here, but this time translate from English to German. To cook dinner. Abendessen kochen. To clean the basement. Den Keller putzen. Take a shower. Duschen. We don't turn left. Wir drehen nicht nach links. To bake the bread. Das Brot backen. I don't boil the water. Ich koche nicht das Wasser. He doesn't peel the onion. Er schält nicht die Zwiebel. As you can see, when you want to say a sentence, you usually put nicht after the verb, in case the sentence is negative. Again, don't worry if you've got some mistakes. With time, those mistakes are going to vanish. And that was the end of our lesson for today. I hope you did well and see you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back. Today we are going to learn more about imperative or imperative. This is when you want to tell someone to do something. For example, play or sleep or go, when you are ordering someone to do something. Most of the verbs are the same. For the first step, you take the verb you use with the pronoun du, for example, machen, du machst, and then you replace the st with an e. So it becomes mache. Ihr is even easier. The verb stays exactly the same. But you don't have to write the pronoun. Macht. And for sie, it's also the same. The verb stays exactly the same. But you have to add the pronoun after the verb. Machen sie. Sie with imperative is usually used when you want to talk to someone in a formal way, but you also want them to do something. And this goes for almost all verbs. And now let's practice. Try to translate those sentences. Let's read it together. Putze das Zimmer. Clean the room. Spielen Sie mit dem Kind. Play with the kid. Koche das Abendessen. Cook the dinner. Macht Sport. Play sport. In the English language, it's always the same. That could be hard to identify in which pronoun you are talking. But in German, it's pretty obvious. The first and the third sentence are in du form. The second one is with sie, the formal way. And the last sentence is with ihr. There are, however, some exceptions you have to keep in mind. For the time being, we are only going to learn the do exceptions, because those are the ones we use often. One can say that the verbs that are written with an umlaut in the do form are exceptions. When you want to say those verbs in the imperative, you say them without an umlaut. For example, du läufst in the imperative is lauf. Du schläfst, schlaf. Du fährst, fahr. As you can see, and we also delete the e at the end. The last exception we have to learn for today is the verb sein, to be. Du bist in the imperative is sei. Now, try to translate those sentences and keep in mind the verbs that are exceptions. Be brave and nice. Sei mutig und nett. Don't go. Gehe nicht. Sleep. You have school. Schlaf. Du hast Schule. Those three sentences are written in the do form. The first one and the second one are the exceptions. And if you want to make a sentence negative, you also have to put nicht after the verb. Some words that are going to come often from now on. Heute means today. Heute. Heute. Morgen is tomorrow. Morgen. And finally, gestern means yesterday. Gestern. And that was the end of our lesson for today. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back. Today is mainly about translation. And in between, I'm going to say some notes or observations that might be helpful. So if you want, keep a piece of paper on the side to write the things that you might find interesting. For the first exercise, try to translate those following sentences. Let's read them together. I feel scared. Ich habe Angst. I feel scared is one of those sentences that are completely different in German. I am very happy. Ich bin sehr glücklich. Sehr is used to say very. Sehr glücklich, very happy. I am a funny, kind and brave person. Ich bin eine lustige, freundliche und mutige Person. In this case, you say eine because the word Person is feminine. Die Person. That's why, regardless of your gender, you say eine Person. In my family, I have 6 brothers. In meiner Familie habe ich 6 Brüder. Brüder is the plural form of brother. Bruder. You just replace the O with the O umlaut. Try it one more time. Together. To touch your hair. Die Haare berühren. Where is the school? Wo ist die Schule? The church is next to the restaurant. Die Kirche ist neben dem Restaurant. I know at first it might be confusing because you keep seeing them, for example. Again, don't worry about it. It's a bit complicated, that's why we are going to leave it to another lesson. The most important thing is that you know that the word the restaurant is das Restaurant. Do you want a plastic bag? Möchtest du eine Plastiktüte? Here you say eine and not ein because Plastiktüte is also feminine. So you say die Plastiktüte, eine Plastiktüte. We are cleaning the kitchen. Wir putzen die Küche. You might have noticed that the German language doesn't have a similar time to the present progressive. It's a normal present. We are cleaning, wir putzen. We clean is also wir putzen. Again. Ich brauche es. I need it. Sie kennt es. She knows it. Sie sieht es an der Schule. She sees it at school. Haben Sie es? Do you have it? Ich mag es sehr. I like it very much. A couple of things to keep in mind. In the third sentence, an means at, but it's only used with places. The fourth sentence, haben Sie es, doesn't mean do they have it. Even though sie means they, sie is always the way to talk to someone in a more formal way. How can you find out which sie is written here? It's simple. When the S is written as a capital letter, then that sie is in the formal way. When sie is written with a small letter, then it's the normal they. Here, haben Sie es, the S is written as a capital letter. That's why in English it would be translated into do you have it, with the intention of being formal. Let's try it again. Kochen Sie in der Küche? Are you cooking in the kitchen? Here, it's also a formal way, because Sie is written with a capital letter. Abendessen kochen. To cook dinner. Ich gehe zu der Schule. I go to the school. Sie haben Brot im Haus. They have bread in the house. In this case, it is impossible to know which sie I'm talking about. It depends mostly on the context. Because sie now is written as a first word, so it's going to be automatically written as a capital letter. Sie putzt das Wohnzimmer am Samstag. She cleans the living room on Saturday. Is what you say when you want to talk about the days of the weeks. Am Montag. Am Dienstag. One more thing. I think you have already noticed that all names are written as capital letters in the German language, regardless whether they are people or things. As long as the word has an article, the first letter of it has to be written as a capital letter. And that was the end of our lesson for today. Thank you very much and see you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back. Today we are going to learn more about clothes. In German it means die Kleidung. Die Kleidung. Some words are going to be in singular and in plural, just to be sure that you've got everything you might need. Dress is das Kleid. Das Kleid. More than one dress are die Kleider. Die Kleider. Shirt has two names. It's either das Hemd, or das Shirt. The plural is die Hemden. Die Hemden. Or because the word shirt is English, you can simply say die Shirts. T-shirt is das T-shirt. Pants are die Hose. Die Hose. And when you are talking about more than one pair of jeans, for example, they are called die Hosen. Die Hosen. Shorts are either die Shorts or die kurze Hosen. Die kurze Hosen, which is translated into the short pants. Underwear is die Unterwäsche. Die Unterwäsche. A blouse is die Bluse. Die Bluse. Blouses are die Blusen. Die Blusen. Skirt is der Rock. Der Rock. Skirts are die Röcke. Die Röcke. A suit is der Anzug. Der Anzug. Suits are die Anzüge. Die Anzüge. A bathing suit is der Badeanzug. Der Badeanzug. Socks are die Socken. Die Socken. Sweater is either der Pullover, or a shorter form would be der Pulli. Der Pulli. And the plural form is exactly the same. The article, however, will change. Instead of der Pullover, you say die Pullover. Tie is die Krawatte. Die Krawatte. Ties are die Krawatten. Die Krawatten. Pyjamas are der Pyjama. Der Pyjama. Shoes are die Schuhe. Die Schuhe. Boots are die Stiefel. Die Stiefel. Slippers, or the things that you wear at home, are die Hausschuhe. Die Hausschuhe. The word hat has many meanings in German, but for today you are going to learn die Mütze. Die Mütze. Hats are die Mützen. Die Mützen. Bag is die Tasche or die Taschen. And a purse or a smaller one is die Handtasche. Die Handtasche. Belt is der Gürtel. Der Gürtel. Belts are also die Gürtel. Coat is der Mantel. Der Mantel. Coats are die Mäntel. Die Mäntel. Mall is das Einkaufszentrum. Das Einkaufszentrum. Again. Das Einkaufszentrum. To go shopping is einkaufen gehen. Einkaufen means shopping, and gehen means to go. Einkaufen gehen. For example, you say, ich gehe einkaufen. The verb einkaufen stays the same. To try something is either versuchen, or probieren. Let's see how we can use the verb versuchen in a sentence. Ich versuche. Du versuchst. Sie, es versucht. Wir versuchen. Ihr versucht. Sie versuchen. Übersetze die Fragen. Translate the questions. Where are the blue shirts? Wo sind die blauen Hemden? How much are the dresses? Wie viel kosten die Kleider? How many hats do you have? Wie viele Mützen haben Sie? Do you see the S that is written in a capital letter? That is again the formal way. Do you have red belts? Haben Sie rote Gürtel? Again, the formal way. So, this means that if you are in a store and you want some help, you have to ask in a formal way to get the help you want. Let's go through the words one more time. Die Kleidung. Das Kleid. Das Hemd. Das T-Shirt. Die Hose. Die kurze Hosen. Die Unterwäsche. Die Bluse. Der Rock. Der Anzug. Der Badeanzug. Die Socken. Der Pullover. Die Krawatte. Der Pyjama. Die Schuhe. Die Stiefel. Die Hausschuhe. Die Mütze. die Tasche, die Handtasche, der Gürtel, der Mantel, das Einkaufszentrum, einkaufen gehen, versuchen. And that was the end of our lesson. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back. The words we learned from our last lesson are die Kleidung, das Kleid, das Hemd, das T-Shirt, die Hose, die kurze Hosen, die Unterwäsche, die Bluse, der Rock, der Anzug, der Badeanzug, die Socken, der Pullover, die Krawatte, der Pyjama, die Schuhe, die Stiefel, die Hausschuhe, die Mütze, die Tasche, die Handtasche, der Gürtel, der Mantel, das Einkaufszentrum, einkaufen gehen, versuchen. Today our topic is the weather. In German you say das Wetter. Das Wetter. It's hot means es ist heiß. Es ist heiß. It's cold. Es ist kalt. Es ist kalt. The weather is nice. Das Wetter ist schön. Das Wetter ist schön. In German, we don't say nice to the weather. Instead, we say beautiful. Das Wetter ist schlecht. The weather is bad. Das Wetter ist schlecht. It's sunny. Es ist sonnig. Es ist sonnig. Cloudy. Bewölkt. Bewölkt. Windy is windig. Windig. Snow is der Schnee. Der Schnee. If you want to say it's snowy, you have two ways. You can either say es schneit, which means it's snowing, as a verb. Es schneit. Or you say es ist verschneit. Es ist verschneit. But to be honest, most of the people say es schneit. Rain is der Regen. Der Regen. The same thing goes when you want to say it's rainy. You can either say es regnet, which most of us use, es regnet, or you say es ist regnerisch. Es ist regnerisch. Storm is das Gewitter. Das Gewitter. Clouds are die Wolken. Remember, cloudy is bewölkt and clouds are Wolken. Thunder is das Blitz. Das Blitz. Lightning is der Blitzschlag. Der Blitzschlag. The 4 seasons are, starting from spring, der Frühling. Der Frühling. Summer is der Sommer. Sommer. Autumn is der Herbst. Der Herbst. And finally, winter is der Winter. Der Winter. The sun is die Sonne. Sunny is sonnig, and sun is Sonne, die Sonne. The moon is der Mond. Der Mond. If you want to ask how is the weather like today, you say, wie ist das Wetter heute? Wie ist das Wetter heute? Try to describe this picture. One can say, es ist heiß and es ist sonnig. Therefore, we have der Sommer. What about this one? Es regnet. And this one? Es schneit. What about the season? Der Winter. Correct. And this? Der Herbst. What do you see here? Der Blitzschlag. And this? Der Frühling. Exactly. Let's go through the words one more time. Das Wetter. Es ist heiß. Es ist kalt. Das Wetter ist schön. Das Wetter ist schlecht. Bewölkt. Windig. Sonnig. Der Schnee. Es schneit. Es ist verschneit. Der Regen. Es regnet. Das Gewitter. Die Wolken. Das Blitz. Der Blitzschlag. der Frühling, der Sommer, der Winter, der Herbst, die Sonne, der Mond. Wie ist das Wetter heute? Excellent! That was the end of our lesson. See you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back. The words we learned from our last lesson are das Wetter. Es ist heiß. Es ist kalt. Das Wetter ist schön. Das Wetter ist schlecht. Bewölkt. Windig. Sonnig. Der Schnee. Es schneit. Es ist verschneit. Der Regen. Es regnet. Das Gewitter. Die Wolken. Das Blitz. Der Blitzschlag. Der Frühling. Der Sommer. Der Winter. Der Herbst. Die Sonne. Der Mond. Wie ist das Wetter heute? And for our lesson for today, we are going to talk more about sports. Sports in general are die Sportarten. Die Sportarten. Starting with some basic sports. Baseball is der Baseball. Football is der Fußball. Der Fußball. Basketball is der Basketball. Der Basketball. And one can say that any sport that has the word Ball at the end of it is always there. Der Fußball, der Basketball, and so on. Golf is der Golf. Hockey is das Hockey or das Eishockey. Ice means ice. Tennis is das Tennis. Das Tennis. Volleyball is der Volleyball. Der Volleyball. Pool is das Schwimmbad. Das Schwimmbad. Stadium is das Stadion. Das Stadion. Gym is das Fitnessstudio. Das Fitnessstudio. A game or a match is das Spiel. Das Spiel. For the word team, you can either say das Team or die Mannschaft. Die Mannschaft. Race is das Rennen. Das Rennen. racket is der Schläger. Der Schläger. A net is das Netz. Das Netz. To play a sport, you say Sport spielen. For example, Fußball spielen, Golf spielen, and so on. And we can use the verb spielen in the following way. Ich spiele. Du spielst. Es spielt. Wir spielen. Ihr spielt. Sie spielen. Something that is really important in Austria, for example, is ski. Almost everybody knows how to ski. The verb to ski is Skifahren. The people don't change the verb Skifahren. Instead, they say Ich gehe Skifahren. I go skiing. Ich gehe Skifahren. To practice is üben, but I think you already know this one. Now we are going to see how we can use this verb. Ich übe. Du übst. Sie es übt. Wir üben. Ihr übt. Sie üben. To win is gewinnen. Gewinnen. Ich gewinne. Du gewinnst. Sie es gewinnt. Wir gewinnen. Ihr gewinnt. Sie gewinnen. And the opposite, to lose, is verlieren. Verlieren. Ich verliere. Du verlierst. Sie es verliert. Wir verlieren. Ihr verliert. Sie verlieren. To throw is werfen. Werfen. This one is a bit different. Ich werfe. Du wirfst. Sie es wirft. Sie werfen. Ihr werft. And sie werfen. Schießen means to kick or to shoot. When talking about sports, you use this verb to say, I'm kicking the ball, for example. Ich schieße. Du schießt. Sie es schießt. Wir schießen. Ihr schießt. Sie schießen. Try to translate those sentences. Let's read them together. I play football. Ich spiele Fußball. He kicks the ball. Schießt den Ball. They ski in winter. Sie gehen im Winter Skifahren. We are going to throw the ball. Wir werden den Ball werfen. You need to win the game. Du musst das Spiel gewinnen. Let's go through the words one more time. Die Sportarten. Der Baseball. Der Fußball. Der Basketball. Der Golf. Das Hockey. Das Tennis. Der Volleyball. Das Schwimmbad. Das Stadion. Das Team. Die Mannschaft. Das Rennen. Der Schläger. Das Netz. Spielen, üben, gewinnen, verlieren, Skifahren and schießen. And gratuliere. That was the end of our lesson. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back. The words from our last lesson are die Sportarten, der Baseball, der Fußball, der Basketball, der Golf, das Hockey, das Tennis, der Volleyball, das Schwimmbad, das Stadion, das Fitnessstudio, das Team, die Mannschaft, das Rennen, der Schläger, das Netz, spielen, üben, gewinnen, verlieren, Skifahren, schießen. Today we are going to practice a bit. Planen Sie einen Tag mit Shopping und Sport. Plan a day with shopping and sport. Der Tag means the day. And planen Sie is the imperative form from the verb planen. Remember? Now, zuerst ich werde, weil, first I will, because. Try to list a couple of things that you might do. For example, zuerst, ich werde zum Einkaufszentrum gehen. Or, ich werde zum Geschäft gehen. Zum is the same as zu dem. This is something that could be a bit complicated for now. We are going to leave it for future lessons. If you've written something else, that's completely fine. Let's continue. weil ich muss kaufen. Ein Kleid, ein Hemd und neue Schuhe. I have to buy a dress, a shirt and new shoes. Dann werde ich mit meinen Freunden und now list the things that you might do after that and the things you might do with your friends. Dann werde ich zum Fitnessstudio gehen, zum Park gehen, zum Stadion gehen. Mit meinen Freunden. Und wir werden Fußball spielen. Wir werden einen Ball werfen. Wir werden Basketball spielen. As you can see, when you have two verbs, in this case, werden and spielen, the second verb has to be the last word of the sentence. Am Ende werden wir, at the end, we are going to, ins Restaurant zum Abendessen gehen, zu meinem Haus gehen, ins Kino gehen. At the end, we are going to go to the restaurant for dinner, to my house, or to the cinema. Ins Restaurant and ins Kino come always like this, so you can simply learn them like that. Let's read this text together and try to translate it at the same time in your head. Heute habe ich Pläne. Zuerst gehe ich ins Einkaufszentrum. Ich muss neue Schuhe kaufen. Dann gehe ich mit meinen Freunden in den Park und wir werden Fußball spielen. Am Ende gehen wir ins Restaurant zum Abendessen. Today I have plans. First, I'm going to the shopping center. I have to buy new shoes. Then, I'm going with my friends to the park and we are going to play football. At the end, we are going to the restaurant for dinner. And that was the end of our practice. See you next time. Bye bye. Willkommen to our last lesson. Today we are going to practice to make sure we've got everything. For the first exercise, talk about your family. Wer ist in deiner Familie? In meiner Familie habe ich A possible answer would be in meiner Familie habe ich 2 Eltern, 0 Geschwister, 4 Großeltern, 0 Urgroßeltern, 7 Onkel und Tanten, 9 Cousins und eine Neffe. Excellent. Here, I want you to talk about the way you feel. Wie fühlst du dich? If you are feeling really down, you can say, ich bin müde, sauer und nervös. Wer bist du? Und wie schaust du aus? And now, try to introduce yourself and describe the way you look. A possible answer is, mein Name ist Isabella und ich bin 24 Jahre alt, mit blauen Augen. Ich bin blond, klein und dünn. Ich bin eine freundliche und lustige Person, aber faul. Heute fühle ich mich müde, aber glücklich. Today I feel tired, but happy. Let's do this one more time. I will read the black lines and you can read the red lines. Hallo. Ich brauche Milch. Wo ist sie? Danke. Und haben Sie gelbe Äpfel? Wie viel kosten sie? Danke. How about translating some sentences? Let's read it together. Rechts drehen. Turn right. Wasche die Hände. Wash the hands. Ich habe das Buch. I have the book. Putze nicht die Zähne. Don't brush the teeth. Kaufe nicht die Milch. Don't buy the milk. Again. Touch the hair. Berühre die Haare. Where is the school? Wo ist die Schule? The church is next to the restaurant. Die Kirche ist neben dem Restaurant. Do you want a plastic bag? Möchten Sie eine Plastiktüte? I'm cleaning the kitchen. Ich putze die Küche. One more time. Where are the green pants? Wo sind die grüne Hose? How much are the shoes? Wie viel kosten die Schuhe? How many dresses do you have? Wie viele Kleider hast du? Do you have yellow socks? Haben Sie gelbe Socken? Now I want you to describe the weather to me. Wie ist das Wetter heute? Heute, es ist heiß. Or, es ist kalt. You can also say, heute, es ist sonnig, es schneit, or, es ist regnerisch. Gratuliere! You've just finished your last lesson for this course. I hope you've enjoyed it, like I did. And until next time, bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to the second course. In this course, you are going to learn more about grammar, saying sentences in different times, and of course, much more vocabulary to help you get started. Are you ready? Let's start with our first lesson. As I said, the main focus of this course is going to be about present perfect. Das Perfekt. Which means we are going to learn how to say different sentences in the past. Let's start. The first part of this lesson is going to be about verbs that don't include movement. As you can see, verbs that don't include movement physically are going to be built like that. To say this verb in the past tense, you have to add the verb haben, or to have. And of course, it's going to be written as the pronoun before it. Ich habe, du hast, sie, es hat, and so on, you know? Plus the new form of the verb, the past participle. Those verbs or those forms are the ones that you have to learn by heart. Let's see an example. If you want to say, I bought, in German, you would say, ich habe gekauft. Let's go through it. To buy something isn't necessarily a verb where you move a lot, right? Therefore, you use the verb haben. And because the pronoun is I or ich, that's why you write habe. Ich habe. And gekauft comes from the verb kaufen, which means to buy. Ich habe gekauft. So as you can see, gekauft is the form that you have to learn by heart. But I can say this. Almost all those verbs start with ge. As you can see in the second sentence, I did is ich habe gemacht. Ich habe gemacht. To do something isn't necessarily something that you move in it. So you say habe. Because you say ich habe. And then you add ge, and then the form of the verb machen, which means to do. Ich habe gemacht. This is how you express a past action or event that doesn't include movement. In other words, I can tell you that almost 75% of all verbs use the verb haben. However, it's really important to know the 25% as well. Let's see a more complicated sentence, like yesterday we talked at the restaurant. Yesterday is gestern. We talked, so the pronoun is wir. And to talk, you don't actually move a lot in it, so you use haben. And in German, sometimes you have to switch between the pronoun and the verb, but this is for another lesson. So for now, you have gestern haben wir, and then you don't write the second verb, geredet, but you write first at the restaurant. So, gestern haben wir im Restaurant geredet. Aha, what does that mean? Well, in the German language, in the past perfect, the second verb, gekauft, gemacht, geredet, all those verbs are going to be at the end of the sentence. Let's see how we can use some verbs, starting with haben, which means to have. So if you want to say had, it's going to be like this. For I, you say ich habe gehabt. Ich habe gehabt. The verb to have doesn't need any movement, so it takes also the verb haben. And gehabt is the form of the verb haben. And as you can see, the verb gehabt is unchangeable, regardless of the pronoun. Only the verb haben, the first verb haben, needs to be changed. So you say, ich habe gehabt. I had. However, du hast gehabt. You had. Es hat gehabt. He had, she had, it had. Wir haben gehabt. We had. Ihr habt gehabt. You had, in plural. And finally, sie haben gehabt. They had. Let's try with another verb, kaufen, which means to buy. Kaufen takes the verb haben. And only the verb haben is going to change. The past form of the verb kaufen stays the same. Ich habe gekauft. I bought. Du hast gekauft. You bought. Es hat gekauft. He, she, it bought. Wir haben gekauft. We bought. Ihr habt gekauft. You bought. And sie haben gekauft. They bought. So gekauft stays the same, and you only have to change the verb haben. But as I said, it's really important to know the forms of those verbs in the perfect by heart. Which means if I say the verb kaufen, you should immediately be able to say, aha, gekauft is the form in the past of this verb. Again with another verb, reden. Ich habe geredet. Du hast geredet. Sie, es hat geredet. Wir haben geredet. Ihr habt geredet. Und sie haben geredet. Geredet is the new form of the verb reden, and it's the one that should be learned by heart. And it takes the verb haben, therefore you only have to change this verb, haben. And that's it. Again, with the verb machen, to do. Ich habe gemacht. Du hast gemacht. Sie, es hat gemacht. Wir haben gemacht. Ihr habt gemacht. Und sie haben gemacht. Gemacht stays the same at the end of the sentence, and haben is the one that should be changed, based on the pronoun, of course. That was only the first half of this lesson. There are another verbs that do include movement. Those are a bit different, but not very much. The only difference is that instead of haben, you use the verb sein or the verb to be. The verb to be is again the verb that should be changed based on the pronoun. And the second part, or the new form of the verb, is unchangeable. However, you add ge at the beginning. And yes, those should be also learned by heart. For example, I ran. Ran comes from the verb run, which is laufen. Laufen is a verb that you move in it. So you say sein. However, the pronoun is I, which is ich. So sein with ich should be ich bin, right? I am. Ich bin, and then the form of the verb laufen in the past is gelaufen. Gelaufen. So I ran would be ich bin gelaufen. So as you can see, this is literally the only difference. If the verb has movement in it, you use sein instead of haben. Let's try another example. Like, we drove to school. Drove, this means that the main verb is drive. And drive in German means fahren. Fahren is a verb that you move in it. So you write sein. And sein with the pronoun we or wir is wir sind. Now, you know that the second verb, which is gefahren, would come at the end of the sentence. Therefore, to school or Zur Schule would be between. So the sentence is: Wir sind zur Schule gefahren. Wir sind zur Schule gefahren. Consider this as some kind of mind game. With time and with practice, such sentences are going to come out of you without thinking. Let's see how you can use this verb to run. Laufen. Starting with Ich bin gelaufen. I ran. However, du bist gelaufen. You ran. SES ist gelaufen. He, she, it ran. Wir sind gelaufen. We ran. Ihr seid gelaufen. You ran. And sie sind gelaufen. They ran. Let's try different verbs. Here, it's really important for you to recognize the new forms of the verbs that you already know in the present and try to write them so that you can practice them and learn them by heart. I went, for example, is Ich bin gegangen. Ich bin, obviously, because it's a verb where you move in it. And went comes from the verb gehen, which would be gegangen in the past. Ich bin gegangen. Gegangen is the word that you should write and learn by heart. You ate. Essen. Doesn't require movement, therefore haben. Du hast gegessen. Du hast gegessen. As you can see, there isn't actually a connection between the new words. Gegessen, gegangen, gelaufen. They sound a bit similar, but it's really important to write them and learn them separately by heart. This is the only way, sadly. Let's continue with she jumped. To jump, it does sound like something that you move in it. Therefore, you say sie ist. And springen in the past would be gesprungen. Gesprungen. So the whole sentence is sie ist gesprungen. They knew. To know doesn't require movement, therefore haben. Therefore, sie haben. And wissen in the past is gewusst. Sie haben gewusst. We saw. To see something, no movement, therefore haben. Therefore, wir haben. And sehen in the past is gesehen. Wir haben gesehen. We saw. You read. To read, no movement. Ihr habt and lesen in the past is gelesen. Ihr habt gelesen. You read. Ihr habt gelesen. And remember, this new form is not changeable. It always stays the same, regardless of the pronoun. So there is literally one form per verb. He drank, no movement, therefore hat, and instead of trinken, you say getrunken. Hat getrunken. If you want to say he drank water, you say hat Wasser getrunken. So Wasser comes in between, and getrunken would be at the end of the sentence. If you want to say I did sports or I exercised, ich habe Sport gemacht. Now this one is a tricky one, because if you want to say I exercised, you obviously would think that you would use the verb sein, because you actually move in this verb. However, this is one of the exceptions. There are some verbs that don't apply to this rule. And this verb is actually one of them. Because to exercise or to do sports is Sport machen. And the verb machen itself always takes haben. Therefore, even in the case of doing sports, you say ich habe Sport gemacht. Ich habe Sport gemacht. We give, no movement. Wir haben gegeben. Wir haben gegeben. They cooked, no movement. Sie haben gekocht. Sie haben gekocht. The verb spielen or to play is also a verb that is always with haben. Even if you want to say something like I played football, it also with haben, even though you actually move when you do this verb. So it would be du hast gespielt. Du hast gespielt. We helped, no movement. Wir haben geholfen. Wir haben geholfen. The verb to run has actually two words in German, remember? There is laufen, which you already know, and rennen. Rennen. It also takes sein, just like laufen. So the sentence I ran could also be ich bin gerannt. Ich bin gerannt. If you want to make such sentence negative, like you didn't say, it's quite easy. Say no movement, therefore du hast, and you simply add nicht in between. Du hast nicht gesagt. Again, the verb gesagt, or the new form, the past form, would be at the end of the sentence. Du hast nicht gesagt. Let's try to exercise. As you can see in front of you, there are 5 sentences. In each sentence, there are 2 possible answers. Try to read the sentence and choose the correct answer. I'm going to check with you in a minute. So let's see why the correct answers are actually correct. The first sentence says, Wir haben das Buch gelesen. The sentence should be, we read the book. Gelesen, there isn't actually a movement, therefore you say haben. Wir haben das Buch gelesen. Mein Vater ist im Park gelaufen. My father ran in the park. Gelaufen, to run, there is movement, therefore ist. Hast du ein T-Shirt gekauft? Did you buy a T-Shirt? Gekauft, to buy, there isn't actually much movement, therefore haben. And because this is a question, the verb hast would be at the beginning of the sentence. So you should switch between the pronoun and the first verb. Hast du ein T-Shirt gekauft? Um 7 Uhr habe ich mit Peter gespielt. At 7 o'clock I played with Peter. Gespielt, to play, there isn't a movement in this verb, therefore haben. And finally, Sie haben eine Pizza gegessen. They ate a pizza. Ate comes from the verb to eat, which is essen. Therefore, you say haben. Should we try it again? Try it one more time. Try to choose the correct answer. Seid ihr mit dem Auto gefahren? Did you drive with the car? Gefahren, to drive. Aha, this means that you actually move. Therefore, you say seid, which comes from the verb sein. Meine Mutter hat eine Suppe gekocht. My mother cooked a soup. Gekocht, to cook, comes from the verb kochen. There isn't movement or an obvious movement. Therefore, you say hat. Meine Mutter hat eine Suppe gekocht. Hat den Film gesehen? Did he see the film? Gesehen comes from the verb sehen, to see. There isn't movement, therefore hat. Ist zum Kino gefahren? Did he drive to the cinema? To drive, fahren, there is movement, therefore ist. And finally, habt ihr Brot gekauft? Did you buy bread? Gekauft, kaufen, there isn't movement, therefore habt. And because this sentence is a question, just like the two sentences before, the verb habt or ist would come first, right before the pronoun. Habt ihr, ist and so on. And that was the end of the first lesson of this course. Be ready, it's going to be fun, it's going to be excited, and you are going to learn a lot. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the second lesson. Until then, bye-bye! Willkommen, and welcome back to our second lesson of this course. I'm Taya, and I'm going to be your teacher. Shall we start? For this course, we are going to mainly focus on the present perfect in the German language. The present perfect is either das Perfekt or Vergangenheit, and this word is going to be used the most in this course. Das Perfekt, Vergangenheit. In other words, we are going to learn how to build sentences in the past. The first thing you need to know is that in the German language, if you want to build a verb in the present perfect, you need a second verb. And this verb is either haben or sein. Haben or sein are going to come first, and the second verb is going to be the last word of the sentence. Now, the question is, when are you supposed to use to have, and when are you supposed to use the verb to be, haben or sein? There is a rule. It does apply for like 80 to 85% of the verbs. There are some exceptions, and we are going to go through them in this course. This rule says that verbs that don't include movement in them, such as to write, to read, to have something, during those verbs you don't have to move, right? Therefore, if you want to use those verbs in the Vergangenheit or in the present perfect, you use haben. So it would be the pronoun, the fitting form of the verb haben, ich habe, du hast, sie es hat, and so on, plus the new form of the main verb. And the same thing applies to sein. However, with sein, you usually choose verbs that do include movement in them, like to go, to ride, to fly. Do you see the difference? And again, you would add the pronoun with the fitting form of the verb sein, ich bin, du bist, sie es ist, plus the new form of the verb. Let's go through some verbs to see how we can use them. This is how we are going to learn Vergangenheit. First, we are going to go through the present forms, and at the end, as you can see, there would be an example of how to use it in the present perfect. Sein, as you know, is the verb to be. Therefore, you say ich bin, du bist, sie es ist, wir sind, ihr seid, and sie sind. All of those things are old stuff to you. However, in the present perfect, or in the Vergangenheit, you say ich bin, the pronoun, plus the present form of the verb sein, plus gewesen. And gewesen comes from the verb sein. In other words, gewesen is the Vergangenheitsform of the verb sein. Ich bin gewesen, du bist gewesen, ist gewesen, and so on. Gewesen always stays the same. It never changes, regardless of the pronoun. Let's try with the verb to fly. First of all, think about it. To fly, it does sound like a verb that you move in it. Therefore, we use sein in the Vergangenheit. But before that, let's see how we can use it in the present. Ich fliege, du fliegst, sie es fliegt, wir fliegen, ihr fliegt, and sie fliegen. And now, in the present perfect, geflogen is the new form. Geflogen. So it's going to be ich bin geflogen, du bist geflogen, ist geflogen, wir sind geflogen, ihr seid geflogen, and sie sind geflogen. So geflogen is unchangeable, and the verb sein is going to change to fit the pronoun. There is one more thing to be careful for. Geflogen, or the second verb in the Vergangenheit, is always at the end of the sentence. Ich bin geflogen. Geflogen is always going to be at the end. For example, if you want to say, I flew yesterday, ich bin gestern geflogen. Gestern means yesterday. Ich bin gestern
geflogen. Therefore, geflogen is at the end of the sentence. This is really important. This verb is one of the exceptions I talked about. To stay is obviously a verb where you don't move. However, in the German language, you use the verb sein if you want to say the verb bleiben in the Vergangenheit. In the present, it goes like this. Ich bleibe, du bleibst, es bleibt, wir bleiben, ihr bleibt, and sie bleiben. And in the Vergangenheit, you say, ich bin geblieben. Ich bin geblieben. Sadly, there isn't a rule that tells you how the Vergangenheitsform of the verbs are going to look like. Therefore, you have to learn them as they are. But they either end with en or with t, most of them. But you always have to be careful. So my advice to you is to learn them as they are with the verb in the present. Think about it as a mind game. Bleiben is geblieben. Sein is gewesen, and so on. And with time and with practice, you are not going to think about it. The words are going to just come out of your mouth. Schreiben means to write. And here you use haben because you don't actually move a lot in it. Ich schreibe. Du schreibst. Es schreibt. Wir schreiben. Ihr schreibt. And sie schreiben. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geschrieben. Ich habe geschrieben. Geschrieben is the word that you have to learn by heart, and the word that is unchangeable, and the word that is going to be at the end of the sentence. So those are the main things you have to know about Vergangenheit. Verbs are going to be learned by heart. They are unchangeable, regardless of the pronoun. And finally, they are going to be at the end of the sentences. The verbs haben and sein are going to be the verbs that come right after the pronoun. The verb to take means nehmen. Nehmen. And it goes like this. Ich nehme. Du nimmst. You change E into I. Es nimmt. Wir nehmen. Ihr nehmt. And sie nehmen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe genommen. Ich habe genommen. With double M. To meet, like to meet with friends and so on, means treffen. Treffen. Ich treffe. Du triffst. So it's just like nehmen, where A is going to be I. Es trifft. Wir treffen. Ihr trefft. And sie treffen. And the verb treffen takes haben. So it's going to be like ich habe getroffen. Ich habe getroffen. The same thing goes with finden, to find. It also takes the verb haben. So it's ich finde, du findest, es findet, wir finden, ihr findet, and sie finden. In der Vergangenheit, it's ich habe gefunden. Ich habe gefunden. Schneiden is to cut. Schneiden. Ich schneide. Du schneidest. Es schneidet. Wir schneiden. Ihr schneidet. And sie schneiden. It also takes the verb haben. Therefore you say, ich habe geschnitten. Ich habe geschnitten. The verb to come, however, here you use sign because it's the verb that you move in it. Kommen. You say, ich komme. Du kommst. Es kommt. Wir kommen. Ihr kommt. And sie kommen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich bin gekommen. So here, you only have to add ge at the beginning. Ich bin gekommen. Let's see how we are doing. Read those verbs and try to translate them with the correct pronouns. Let's see if you've got it right. I took. Ich habe genommen. She came. Sie ist gekommen. They found. Sie haben gefunden. You ran. Du bist gelaufen. This verb is from the first lesson. We stayed. Wir sind geblieben. You were. Du bist gewesen. If you use the pronoun ihr in this sentence, that's also correct. Du bist gewesen, ihr seid gewesen. And finally, I had, ich habe gehabt. Let's try it again. The correct answers are I met, ich habe getroffen. She ran by using the verb rennen. Sie ist gerannt. They wrote. Sie haben geschrieben. You saw. Du hast gesehen. Or ihr habt gesehen. We drank. Wir haben getrunken. You had is either ihr habt gehabt or du hast gehabt. And finally, I flew. Ich bin geflogen. Ich bin geflogen. Gratuliere! That was the end of this lesson. I hope it wasn't that complicated. In case it was, go through it one more time and see if it gets any better. And in the next lessons, we are going to talk about this subject more and more. So don't worry about it. Until then, bye-bye! Willkommen and welcome back to the third lesson of this series. Let's start. Today, we are going to continue our lesson about Vergangenheit, or the verbs in the past tense. And as you know by now, in the Vergangenheit, you have to choose between to have or to be, haben or sein, to add to your verb. This rule is going to help you to know which one to use. Usually, with verbs that don't include movement in them, like to write, to have, those verbs usually take haben. So you have haben, of course, the correct form based on the pronoun, plus the past participle form of the verb. And the opposite applies to sein. So verbs that you move while you are doing them take the verb sein, like to jump, to go, to drive, and so on. So sein plus the past participle form of the verb. This rule applies to almost each verb. However, there are some that actually don't apply. But don't worry, almost 80% of the verbs are under this rule. We are going to go through some exceptions in the next lessons. Let's continue by learning some new verbs and how to use them. Let's start with the verb start. Beginnen. Beginnen. And this verb is normal. You start with ich beginne. Du beginnst with both ends. Es beginnt. Wir beginnen. Ihr beginnt. And sie beginnen. In the perfect form or in the Vergangenheitsform, you say ich habe begonnen. Ich habe begonnen. So it's a bit different from the infinitive form. And as you can see, to start something doesn't actually require movement, so you use the verb haben. However, to swim is used in the following way. Ich schwimme. Du schwimmst. Es schwimmt. Wir schwimmen. Ihr schwimmt. And sie schwimmen. To swim is a verb that has movement in it, right? Therefore, the Vergangenheitsform is ich bin geschwommen. Ich bin geschwommen. To win is also an easy verb. Ich gewinne. Du gewinnst. Es gewinnt. Wir gewinnen. Ihr gewinnt. And sie gewinnen. And again, because to win doesn't actually need movement, you use haben. For example, ich habe gewonnen. Ich habe gewonnen. And if you want to say this sentence with other pronouns, the only word that you have to change is going to be haben. Gewonnen stays the same. More general, the second verb is going to stay the same, no matter what. And it's always at the end of the sentence. Vergessen means to forget. Vergessen forget. And this verb is a bit different because you say ich vergesse, but you say du vergisst. Du vergisst. And because the verb itself has two S's in it, you don't have to add an extra S with du. Therefore, the du and the SES form are exactly the same. Du vergisst, SES, vergisst. And then back to wir vergessen, ihr vergesst, and sie vergessen. In the Vergangenheit, you say ich habe vergessen. Ich habe vergessen. To eat is ich esse, du isst, SES isst, again 2 S's, therefore no need for a third S. Wir essen, ihr esst, and sie essen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gegessen. Ich habe gegessen. Gehen means to go. Ich gehe, du gehst, SES geht, wir gehen, ihr geht, and sie gehen. To go is obviously a verb that you move in it. Therefore, you take sein. Ich bin gegangen. Ich bin gegangen. To sit is sitzen. Sitzen. Ich sitze. Du sitzt. SES sitzt. And as you can see, verbs that have z in them, just like sitzen, don't require an extra S with du. You only have to add T. Let's continue with wir sitzen, ihr sitzt, and sie sitzen. To sit is also considered a verb, oddly enough, where you move in it. Therefore, you use also sein. Ich bin gesessen. Ich bin gesessen. Now be careful here, because the last 3 verbs that we had are almost similar in the Vergangenheit. You have gegessen, ate, gegangen, went, and gesessen, sat. Gegessen, gegangen, gesessen. Try to go over them one more time and try to distinguish between them. The opposite of sit is stehen. Stehen, which means to stand. Ich stehe. Du stehst. Es steht. Wir stehen. Ihr steht. And sie stehen. And yes, to stand is a verb where you move in it. At least to the German language. Therefore you use sein. Ich bin gestanden. Ich bin gestanden. To hit is schlagen. And this verb is a bit different because you say ich schlage, but you change A into A umlaut with du and SES. So it's du schlägst and SES schlägt. Wir schlagen. Ihr schlagt. And sie schlagen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geschlagen. Ich habe geschlagen. Fahren means to drive. And the Umlaut rule also applies here. So you say, ich fahre, du fährst, SES fährt, and then back to wir fahren, ihr fahrt, and sie fahren. And with drive, you also say, ich bin gefahren. Ich bin gefahren. To fall is fallen. Fallen. And again, you say, ich falle, but du fällst. Du fällst and SES fällt. Wir fallen. Ihr fallt. And sie fallen. In der Vergangenheit, you also use sein. And you say, ich bin gefallen. Ich bin gefallen. To sleep is schlafen. Schlafen. And you say, ich schlafe. But du schläfst and SES schläft. Wir schlafen. Ihr schlaft. And sie schlafen. And obviously the verb to sleep will take the verb haben. Ich habe geschlafen. Ich habe geschlafen. To bring is bringen. Bringen. And this verb is easy. Ich bringe. Du bringst. LCS bringt. Wir bringen. Ihr bringt. And sie bringen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gebracht. Ich habe gebracht. And be careful between gebracht and the verb brauchen, which means to need. Because the verb brauchen in der Vergangenheit is gebraucht. So there is an extra U in the middle. Gebracht is to bring and gebraucht is to need. To think is denken. Denken. Ich denke. Du denkst. LCS denkt. Wir denken. Ihr denkt. And sie denken. In der Vergangenheit is a bit different because you say ich habe gedacht. Ich habe gedacht. So it's almost a whole new word. Ich habe gedacht. To feel is fühlen. Fühlen. And it goes like this. Ich fühle. Du fühlst. LCS fühlt. Wir fühlen. Ihr fühlt. And sie fühlen. Sie fühlen. As you can see, it's a great exercise to learn the letter U-Umlaut and its pronunciation. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gefühlt. Ich habe gefühlt. Let's see if you can still remember those. Read the verbs and try to translate them with the correct pronoun. So let's see. Ich habe verstanden. I understood. Sie ist gegangen. She went. Sie haben gefühlt. They felt. Du hast genommen. You took. Wir haben gelesen. We read. Ihr habt geschrieben. You wrote. And if you use the pronoun do, in this case, that's also correct. And finally, ich habe gedacht is I thought. Let's try it again. I took. Ich habe genommen. She sat. Sie ist gesessen. They started. Sie haben begonnen. You cooked. Ihr habt gekocht. We stayed. Wir sind geblieben. You stood. Du bist gestanden. And finally, I ate. Ich habe gegessen. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it wasn't that difficult. And I will see you in the next one. Bye bye. Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start if you are ready. This entire lesson is going to be about questions and answers in the past, to practice with the verbs and the way to use them. Fragen in der Vergangenheit. Fragen, which means questions, in der Vergangenheit. So this means that I'm going to ask you a question and you have to answer it with the correct verb. Let's start with something simple, like, how was your day? Wie ist dein Tag gewesen? Try to answer it. A possible answer could be, mein Tag ist gut gelaufen. Danke. Mein Tag ist gut gelaufen. Danke. My day went well. Thank you. Did you have a nice weekend? Haben Sie, now I'm talking to you with Sie, the respect one, remember? Haben Sie ein schönes Wochenende gehabt? Haben Sie ein schönes Wochenende gehabt? Ja, ich bin zum Strand gegangen. Ja, ich bin zum Strand gegangen. And strand means beach. Yes, I went to the beach. When did you watch the movie? Wann hast du den Film gesehen? Wann hast du den Film gesehen? You could say, am Sonntagabend. Am Sonntagabend, which means at Sunday in the evening, or in the evening of Sunday. Wo bist du gestern gewesen? Where were you yesterday? Wo bist du gestern gewesen? Ich bin zum Supermarkt und zur Bank gegangen. Ich bin zum Supermarkt und zur Bank gegangen. I went to the supermarket and to the bank. In case you are wondering why you have to write zum and zur, this is going to be discussed in the next course. Therefore, for now, don't worry about it. And even if you wrote something else, that's completely fine. Take this time as a chance to see and read as much German as you can. So if you had something simpler, that's completely fine. You might read some more complicated sentences in this course. But the reason behind this is for you to have a look or to have a sense of feeling how German sentences could be built. Now let's continue. What did you eat yesterday? Was hast du gestern gegessen? Remember, essen in der Vergangenheit is gegessen. Was hast du gestern gegessen? Ich habe Pizza und Knödel gegessen. Ich habe Pizza und Knödel gegessen. I ate pizza and Knödel. And Knödel is this popular Austrian dish. Try it. It's actually really good. A more general question. What did you think about it? Was haben Sie darüber gedacht? Was haben Sie darüber gedacht? Darüber means about it. In one word. Again, a more general answer could be Es hat mir gut gefallen. Es hat mir gut gefallen. Which means I liked it. Or I liked it good. In German, this sentence actually makes sense. I liked it good. Hast du gestern Wasser getrunken? Did you drink water yesterday? Hast du gestern Wasser getrunken? . . 。  . 。 . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Ja, ich habe Wasser getrunken. Ja, ich habe Wasser getrunken. When did you go running? When did you go running is wann bist du laufen gegangen? Wann bist du laufen gegangen? And here, as you can see, gegangen is going to be the last verb of the sentence. However, this is the only verb that you have to change. Laufen, on the other hand, is going to stay in the infinitive form because you already had a verb that you changed, which is gehen. Ich bin letzte Woche laufen gegangen. Ich bin letzte Woche laufen gegangen. And again, gegangen is going to be the last word and laufen is going to stay the same because it is a secondary verb. Did you go shopping with mom? Bist du mit Mama einkaufen gegangen? Bist du mit Mama einkaufen gegangen? Again, gegangen is the main verb and einkaufen is the secondary one. Therefore, it's going to stay in the infinitive. And this applies to all kind of verbs. Nein, ich habe keine Zeit gehabt. Nein, ich habe keine Zeit gehabt. Which means, no, I didn't have time. What's the last book you have read? Welches Buch haben Sie zuletzt gelesen? Zuletzt means the last. Das letzte Buch, das ich gelesen habe, ist Pinocchio. Das letzte Buch, das ich gelesen habe, ist Pinocchio. This sentence literally means the last book that I read is Pinocchio. So the second das means that. Have you ever written a letter? Haben Sie schon einmal einen Brief geschrieben? Haben Sie schon einmal einen Brief geschrieben? Schon einmal means ever. It literally means already one time. And together, when they come together, they mean ever. Schon einmal, ever. Ja, ich habe Briefe als Kind geschrieben. Ja, ich habe Briefe als Kind geschrieben. Yes, I've written letters as a child. Als Kind means as a child. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it was helpful, and I will see you in the next one. Until then, bye-bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Today we are going to learn some new verbs and how to use them. The first one is going to be to hope. To hope means hoffen. Hoffen. Let's start with ich. Ich hoffe. Du hoffst. Sie, es hofft. Wir hoffen. Ihr hofft. And sie hoffen. In the Vergangenheit, the verb hoffen would become ich habe gehofft. Ich habe gehofft. Or basically, you add the fitting pronoun with the fitting form of the verb haben, and finally you add gehofft. And gehofft is the word that's not changeable. Let's continue with suchen, which means to search. Ich suche. Du suchst. Sie, es sucht. Wir suchen. Ihr sucht. And sie suchen. In der Vergangenheit, you say again with haben. Ich habe gesucht. Ich habe gesucht. So it ends with T. To catch something is fangen. Fangen. Ich fange. Du fängst. Sie, es fängt. Wir fangen. Back to the normal. Ihr fangt. And sie fangen. So here you have to only change a into a umlaut with du and ses. And in the Vergangenheit, it is ich habe gefangen. Ich habe gefangen. And as you know, the second verb, in this case gefangen, is going to be at the end of the sentence. For example, you say, ich habe den Ball gefangen. I catched the ball. Gefangen is at the end of the sentence. And this applies to all verbs in the Vergangenheit. To hit is schlagen. Ich schlage. Du schlägst. A into a umlaut. Sie, es schlägt. Wir schlagen. Ihr schlagt. And sie schlagen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geschlagen. Ich habe geschlagen. So as you can see, all the verbs that we had so far are with haben. Same thing with to wear. Tragen. Ich trage. Du trägst. Sie, es trägt. Wir tragen. Ihr tragt. And sie tragen. And the Vergangenheitsform is almost similar. You say, ich habe getragen. So it also ends with en. Ich habe getragen. Here, when I say to live, wohnen, I mean like to live in an apartment and not to live in general. So you say, I live in Vienna. Ich wohne in Wien. But if you want to say, I live happily, here you can't use this verb. So here you have to be a bit careful. Ich wohne. Du wohnst. Sie, es wohnt. Wir wohnen. Ihr wohnt. And sie wohnen. And the Vergangenheitsform is ich habe gewohnt. Ich habe gewohnt. To send in German has many words. You have senden and also schicken. For now, we are going to focus on schicken. Ich schicke. Du schickst. Sie, es schickt. Wir schicken. Ihr schickt. And sie schicken. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geschickt. Ich habe geschickt. The verb can is können. Können. And this verb is a bit different. You start with ich kann, du kannst, es kann. You see, it's completely different. However, in the second part, it's a bit normal. Because you say wir können, ihr könnt, and sie können. So the first three forms are the ones that are different. Kann, kannst, and kann. In the Vergangenheit you say ich habe gekonnt. Ich habe gekonnt. Now, in the present, if you use this verb with other verbs, the second verb is going to be at the end of the sentence. For example, I can cook. Ich kann kochen. Or I can play football. Ich kann Fußball spielen. So the second verb is going to be at the end of the sentence. And in the Vergangenheit, if you want to say I was able to play football, you say ich habe Fußball spielen gekonnt. Ich habe Fußball spielen gekonnt. So the Vergangenheitsform from the verb können is going to be at the end of the sentence, right after the second verb, spielen. Ich habe Fußball spielen gekonnt. And the same thing applies to mögen, which means to like. The first three forms are different, and then you are back to the normal forms. Ich mag, du magst, es mag, just like the form with ich. Wir mögen, ihr mögt, and sie mögen. And in the Vergangenheit you say ich habe gemocht. And again, if you want to add an extra verb, in the present it would be ich mag Fußball spielen. Let's stay with the same sentence. Ich mag Fußball spielen. Or ich habe Fußball spielen gemocht. I liked to play football. Again, the same thing goes with to want. Wollen. Ich will. Du willst. Es will. Wir wollen. Ihr wollt. And sie wollen. In the Vergangenheit, you say ich habe gewollt. Ich habe gewollt. And yes, you say ich habe Fußball spielen gewollt. I wanted to play football. Ich habe Fußball spielen gewollt. And by the way, all those verbs like can, like, want, should, must, those are called Modalverben in German. And all those verbs are allowed to have second verbs with them. I like to play. I can play. I should play. I want to play. You see? And this is have to or must. And yes, it's the same here. The first three forms are a bit different than the others. Ich muss. Du musst. Be careful. Muss is already written with two S's. Therefore, you don't have to add an extra S in du. SCS is just like ich muss. Back to wir müssen. Ihr müsst. And sie müssen. Be careful to the O-Umlaut. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gemusst. Ich habe gemusst. To lose is verlieren. This verb is normal. Ich verliere. Du verlierst. SCS verliert. Wir verlieren. Ihr verliert. And sie verlieren. In perfect, you say, ich habe verloren. Ich habe verloren. To watch TV, for example, is schauen. Ich schaue. Du schaust. SCS schaut. Wir schauen. Ihr schaut. And sie schauen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geschaut. Ich habe geschaut. To hear is hören. Ich höre. Du hörst. SCS hört. Wir hören. Ihr hört. And sie hören. As you can see, this verb could be a perfect exercise for you to learn how to pronounce the letter O-Umlaut, because it is literally in every single form. Even in the Vergangenheit, where you say, ich habe gehört. Ich habe gehört. Let's try to put it all together now. By answering the question, was haben Sie gestern gemacht? What did you do yesterday? Gemacht is the Vergangenheitsform of the verb machen. Do. You can start your answer by saying, gestern habe ich, and then list the things you did. Let's see. My answer is: Gestern habe ich gegessen. Und dann bin ich zur Arbeit gegangen. What does this mean? Yesterday I ate and then I went to work. Zur Arbeit means to work. Ich war um 17:30 Uhr fertig. I was at 17:30 finished. Even though the word Uhr is at the end or after the numbers, when you say it, in this case you have to add Uhr between 17 and 30. 17:30 Uhr. Fertig means finished. Und bin nach Hause gekommen. And I came home. Ich habe Fernsehen geschaut und Sport gemacht. I watched TV and did sports. In the second part of the sentence, und Sport gemacht, you don't have to add another habe, because it's already written in the first part of the sentence. Ich habe Fernsehen geschaut und Sport gemacht. Ich habe Abendessen gekocht, ein Buch gelesen und bin ins Bett gegangen. I cooked dinner, read a book, and went to bed. For ein Buch gelesen, as I said, you don't have to add habe because of the first part of the sentence. However, you have to add bin ins Bett gegangen. Here you have to write bin because the verb gegangen takes sein and not haben, and vice versa. Another exercise. Read those verbs and try to translate them with the correct endings. Let's see together. I forgot. Ich habe vergessen. She watched. Sie hat geschaut. They did. Sie haben gemacht. You hoped. Du hast gehofft. We found. Wir haben gefunden. And you listened. Du hast gehört. And that was the the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Until then, bye-bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Today, we are going to talk about different things, different sentences. However, they are going to be in the past tense. Sätze in der Vergangenheit. Sätze in der Vergangenheit. Let's start with some vocabulary. Words that you might need to build a sentence in the Vergangenheit, such as yesterday, is gestern. Gestern. The day before yesterday is vorgestern. Vorgestern. And vor in this case means before. So it makes sense. The word the day in general means der Tag. Der Tag. Something like 2 days ago is vor 2 Tagen. Vor, which is replacing ago in this case. Vor 2 Tagen. And it goes like this. Vor 3 Tagen, vor 4 Tagen, and so on. As you can see here, 3 days ago would be vor 3 Tagen. Vor 3 Tagen. The week is die Woche. Die Woche. And if you want to say a week ago, you say vor einer Woche. Vor einer with an R at the end, Woche. And then back to vor 2 Wochen. 2 weeks ago. Vor 2 Wochen. A month ago is vor einem Monat. Vor einem Monat. The reason why you have to add an M to einem in this case and not R, just like vor einer Woche, is because Woche is a feminine word, die Woche, and Monat is not a feminine word. For now, this is all you have to know. We are going to discuss this more specifically in the next course. So I would recommend for you to learn those sentences and words as they are. As you can see here, the word the month is masculine. Der Monat. Der Monat. As you can see here, 4 months ago is vor 4 Monaten. Vor 4 Monaten. A year ago is vor einem Jahr. Vor einem Jahr. Again, the word Jahr is not feminine, therefore you say einem. Vor einem Jahr. See? Das Jahr is the year. Das Jahr. Something like 7 years ago, vor 7 Jahren. Vor 7 Jahren. Last week, however, is letzte Woche. Letzte Woche. And letzte means last, obviously. Talking about the week, let's dive into the weekdays, starting with Monday. Montag. Montag. Dienstag. Dienstag. Mittwoch. Mittwoch. Donnerstag. Donnerstag. Freitag. Freitag. Samstag. Samstag. And Sunday is Sonntag. Sonntag. As you can see, just like the English words, the other part of the word is always the same. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And in German it's also like this. Montag, Dienstag. Except for Mittwoch, obviously. By the way, Mittwoch literally means the middle of the week. And then back to Donnerstag, Freitag, and so on. If you want to say last Tuesday, you say letzten Dienstag. Letzten Dienstag. The same as in last month. Letzten Monat. Letzten Monat. But remember, you say letzte Woche without the N. And letztes Jahr means last week. Those differences at the ends in the word letzte, whether it's letztes or letzten, it's because the gender of the word is different. Again, don't think about it too much for now. Those things are going to come in the next course. Last year is letztes Jahr. If you want to describe something happened to you when you were a kind, for example, you say, als ich ein Kind war, when I was a child. Als ich ein Kind war. And then you add the sentence you want to say. Another way of saying this would be when I was young. Als ich jung war. als ich jung war. You can also say when I was a teenager. Als ich Teenager war. Als ich Teenager war. Or you can add the specific age by saying when I was 18, for example. Als ich 18 Jahre alt war. Als ich 18 Jahre alt war. 18 Jahre alt means literally 18 years old. Let's exercise. A question for you. Was haben Sie vor 2 Tagen gemacht? What did you do 2 days ago? You can start your answer by saying, vor 2 Tagen habe ich, and then say what you want to say. A possible answer could be, vor 2 Tagen bin ich mit einem Freund ins Kino gegangen. Wir sind zusammen zu einem Restaurant gegangen. Und dann bin ich nach Hause gegangen. So let's break it through. 2 days ago, I went with my friend to the cinema. And yes, if you want to say I go to the cinema, it's always going to be ins Kino. Ins Kino. It's never changeable. We went together to a restaurant. Zusammen means together. Und dann bin ich nach Hause gegangen, and then I went home. Dann means then. How about you? What did you write? If you wrote something simpler than this, that's completely fine. I'm trying to write such sentences so that you have a sense how to build more complicated sentences in German in the future. But for now, simple sentences are going to work just fine. Let's try it again. However, this time, was haben Sie als Kind immer gemacht? What did you do as a child all the time or always? And immer means always. Start your sentence with als ich ein Kind war, bin ich immer possible answer could be, als ich ein Kind war, bin ich immer mit meinen Eltern zum Park gegangen. Aber ich habe auch gerne Fußball gespielt. When I was a child, I went always to the park with my parents. But I like to play football too. Ich habe auch gerne Fußball gespielt. When you add gerne to a sentence, this means that you like to do this. This is an extra word for you. Now, let's go through the new words one more time. Starting with gestern. Vor 2 Tagen. Vorgestern. Letzte Woche. Letzten Dienstag. Letztes Jahr. Montag. Dienstag. Mittwoch. Donnerstag. Freitag. Samstag and Sonntag. And that was the end of this lesson. Great job! I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Until then, bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. However, before we do so, let's go through the old words one more time. Gestern. Vor 2 Tagen. Vorgestern. Letzte Woche. Letzten Dienstag. Letztes Jahr. Montag. Dienstag. Mittwoch. Donnerstag. Freitag. Samstag. And Sonntag. Today we are going to practice. We are going to go through the things we learned in the last couple of lessons. So let's start. Let's start with something simple. Read those verbs and translate them based on the pronouns they are in. So let's see. I watched. Ich habe geschaut. She had. Sie hat gehabt. They wrote. Sie haben geschrieben. You cooked. Ihr habt gekocht. We did. Wir haben gemacht. He ran is either ist gelaufen or ist gerannt. Both verbs are correct. And finally, I played. Ich habe gespielt. If you think that you had too many mistakes, I would recommend for you to go to the old lessons, see them again, and make sure you are on board. If you are doing fine, let's continue. Those are the starters of some sentences. Als ich 16 Jahre alt war, when I was 16 years old, gestern, yesterday, das letzte Jahr, the last year, or last year, but Germans like to add das. And finally, again, als ich klein war, when I was a child. Try to continue those sentences. Write something that might have happened. So let's see. A possible answer could be, als ich 16 Jahre alt war, bin ich jeden Tag zur Schule gegangen. When I was 16 years old, I went to school every day. As you can see here, the reason why you write first bin and then ich instead of ich bin is because this sentence is a secondary sentence. And in German, when you have a secondary sentence, the verb is going to be the first word, and then comes the subject, ich. So the main sentence is, als ich 16 Jahre alt war. And then you add your secondary sentence by changing the subject and the verb. The second sentence, gestern habe ich eine Pizza gegessen. Yesterday, I ate a pizza. The reason why you change between habe and ich in this case is going to be discussed in the next lesson. Same as the third sentence, where it says, das letzte Jahr bin ich in der Universität gewesen. Last year, I was in the university. And finally, als ich klein war, habe ich immer mit meinem Bruder gespielt. This sentence is the same as the first one. You have the main sentence and the secondary sentence. And in the secondary one, you change between the verb and the subject. Habe ich instead of ich habe. Now, in front of you, there are 5 sentences. Each sentence has 2 possible answers. Read the sentence and try to choose the correct one. Those are the correct answers. Now let's see why. Gestern habe ich meinen Onkel gesehen. So the verb is gesehen, that comes from the verb sehen. See. And you already know that this verb takes the verb haben and not bin or sein. The second sentence, als ich 13 war, habe ich Schule nicht gemocht. Again, the verb here is mögen. Mögen means to like, and like takes the verb haben. However, letztes Jahr bin ich nach Wien gefahren. Last year, I drove to Vienna. Gefahren comes from the verb fahren, which takes the form sein in the Vergangenheit. And finally, ich habe in Amerika vor 2 Jahren gespielt. I played in America 2 years ago. Gespielt is from spielen and it takes habe. Let's try something easier. Try to translate this sentence. When I was 14, I had many friends. Many means viele, by the way. On Wednesday and on Sunday, we played basketball together. And together means zusammen. Zusammen. Try to translate it. Als ich 14 war, habe ich viele Freunde gehabt. Am Mittwoch und am Sonntag haben wir zusammen Basketball gespielt. Als ich 14 war, habe ich. And you say habe ich because this is a secondary sentence. Try it again. Yesterday, I went to the mall and I bought 2 coats and a scarf. It's cold. And scarf means shawl. Shawl. Gestern war ich im Einkaufszentrum und habe 2 Jacken und einen Schal gekauft. Es ist kalt. Und habe 2 Jacken. Here you don't have to add another ich because you already have ich mentioned at the beginning. You could also say it, but it doesn't matter actually. Both options are fine. Back to the questions. Was hast du letztes Wochenende gemacht? What did you do last weekend? You can start your sentence with letztes Wochenende and then say what you want to say. A possible answer could be letztes Wochenende war ich im Park. Ich bin 3 Stunden gefahren. Es ist ein toller Tag gewesen. What does this mean? Last weekend, I was in the park. I drove for 3 hours. It was a cool day or an amazing day. Again, welcher Sport hast du mehr als Kind gemocht? Which sport did you like more as a kid? The answer could start with als Kind habe ich, as a child, I, Als Kind habe ich Tennis gemocht, aber ich habe Tanzen nicht gemocht. As a child, I liked tennis, but I didn't like dancing. So if you want to make a sentence negative, you have to add the word nicht. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start with our new lesson for today. Today, we are going to talk about the word war, which comes from the verb sein. War is also a past form of the verb sein. So in case sein means is in English, war would mean was. This form is used more often in German. You already know the one with ist gewesen, right? Ist gewesen and war are almost the same meaning. However, people use war more often. For example, if you want to say, when I was a kid, you say, als ich ein Kind war. Als means when, and Kind means a kid or a child. Als ich ein Kind war. When I was a child, or when I was a kid. Another sentence like, I was tired. Ich war müde. Ich war müde. Or this book was good. Das Buch war gut. Das Buch war gut. You can use, of course, both of those forms, ist gewesen or war. But war, as I said, comes more often. And I think it's even easier to learn, right? However, this is also a verb, which means we have to change it depending on the pronoun. So, ich would be war. Ich war. But du warst. Du warst. RCS war, just like ich. RCS war. Wir waren. Wir waren. Ihr wart. Ihr wart. And sie waren. Sie waren. And that was it. And they all mean the same thing. I was, he was, we were, and so on. There is another word that you should know. If you want to say there is or there are, like for example, there are a lot of children. In German, you say es gibt. And you use es gibt regardless of you are talking about one object or many objects. There is and there are both es gibt. However, if you want to say this in the past tense, you say es gab, which means there was or there were. Es gibt, es gab. Therefore, you can say that you only have to learn this verb in this form with this pronoun. Now, moving on from grammar, let's talk about the weather. However, in the past. Das Wetter in der Vergangenheit. Das Wetter in der Vergangenheit. Let's start with some sentences. Like, yesterday was cold. Gestern war kalt. Gestern war kalt. You could say, gestern ist kalt gewesen. But the easier plus more common one is gestern war kalt. The opposite would be gestern war heiß, right? Yesterday was hot. Gestern war heiß. Last summer was very hot. Letzter Sommer war sehr heiß. Letzter Sommer war sehr heiß. Letzter means last, and you add sehr to show that the weather was extremely or very hot. Sehr heiß. A similar sentence, yesterday the weather was really nice. Gestern war das Wetter sehr schön. Gestern war das Wetter sehr schön. Now, you have two possible ways to say this sentence. You could either say gestern and then add the verb and then your subject, which is das Wetter, or you can switch between das Wetter and gestern. So you say das Wetter war gestern sehr schön. What does this tell us? Well, this means that in German, sometimes the sentences could be structured in another way, where the subject is not the first word, but the third word, for example. And this is okay in German. However, the verb should always be in the second place, or before your subject in this case. Gestern war das Wetter sehr schön, or das Wetter war gestern sehr schön. It rained 3 days ago. Es hat vor 3 Tagen geregnet. Es, which means it, hat vor 3 Tagen geregnet. The verb to rain in der Vergangenheit is geregnet, and it takes the verb haben. Vor means ago. Vor 3 Tagen. 3 days ago. It snowed last week. Letzte Woche hat es geschneit. Letzte Woche hat es geschneit. Again, here you can switch between letzte Woche and the subject, es. So you could either say, es hat letzte Woche geschneit, or letzte Woche hat es geschneit. So in German, it's really easy to switch between words and play with your sentences. It actually makes fun when you get used to it. It was windy last month. Es war windig letzten Monat. Es war windig, which means windy, letzten Monat. Try to switch in this sentence. And by that I mean try to say the sentence in another way. Letzten Monat war es windig. Correct. So as you can see, when you switch a sentence, usually the word you switch your subject with is something that tells you when the sentence happened. Last month, last week, today, yesterday, and so on. So you're not allowed to switch between every two words. There were many storms 2 years ago. Vor 2 Jahren gab es viele Stürme. Vor 2 Jahren gab es viele Stürme. So the verb here is es gab. There were, right? And I've switched between es and vor 2 Jahren. Therefore, I can easily also say, es gab vor 2 Jahren viele Stürme. Right? The weather was always nice last autumn. Das Wetter war im letzten Herbst immer schön. Das Wetter war im letzten Herbst, which means in the last autumn, immer schön. Im means in this case. It was always sunny last week. Letzte Woche war es immer sonnig. Again, we are switching, right? Letzte Woche war es immer sonnig. Or, es war letzte Woche immer sonnig. It was very cloudy. Es war sehr wolkig. Es war sehr wolkig. As you can see, here you are not actually able to switch between anything because you don't have a word that tells you the time of the sentence. Es war sehr wolkig is the only way to say this sentence. The weather was mild. Das Wetter war mild. Das Wetter war mild. Again, this is the only way to say this sentence. Let's try to exercise. I have a question for you. Wie war das Wetter vor 2 Tagen? Wie war das Wetter vor 2 Tagen. You could start your answer with vor 2 Tagen. However, you have to be careful when does the verb come and when does the subject come. So, try to answer it. A possible answer could be vor 2 Tagen war es kalt. First comes war and then the subject es. Nass und es hat geregnet. Vor 2 Tagen war es kalt, nass und es hat geregnet. Easy, right? Let's try it again. Wie war das Wetter im letzten Sommer? Wie war das Wetter im letzten Sommer? A possible answer could be letzten Sommer war es sehr heiß. Aber manchmal, but sometimes, manchmal means sometimes, hat es auch geregnet. But sometimes, it did also rain. So in this sentence, for example, you have manchmal, which is a word that tells us when the sentence happened. And then you have hat es. So again, you switch between es and manchmal. However, the verb hat stays put. And you already know that geregnet is going to be at the end of the sentence, no matter what. The second sentence is zum Glück, which means luckily. Zum Glück habe ich zu Hause eine Klimaanlage. Zum Glück is one of those exceptions that you could use to switch between the subject and the word. There are a couple of those, and zum Glück is one of them. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Today we are going to talk about shopping. However, it's going to be mostly in the past. Einkaufen in der Vergangenheit. Einkaufen in der Vergangenheit. So let's start. The first word is Schuhladen, which means shoe store. Schuhladen. Something like a pair of shoes is Paar Schuhe. Paar Schuhe. You can also say ein Paar Schuhe. Ein is replacing a pair of shoes in this case. Ein Paar Schuhe. Sport store is Sportgeschäft. Sportgeschäft. And as you know, Geschäft and Laden both mean store. Sportgeschäft. Bakery is die Bäckerei. Die Bäckerei. A butchery is die Metzgerei. Die Metzgerei. Fish shop is Fischgeschäft. Fischgeschäft. Leather is das Leder. Das Leder. Plastic is das Plastik. Das Plastik. Handmade is handgemacht. Handgemacht. Made is the Vergangenheitsform from the verb make, right? And in German, make means machen. And the Vergangenheitsform from machen is gemacht. So it's handgemacht. If you want to say made in Germany, you can say hergestellt in Deutschland or gemacht in Deutschland. But hergestellt means produced. Hergestellt in Deutschland. Local product is lokales Produkt. Lokales Produkt. Something like cake of the day is der Kuchen des Tages. Der Kuchen des Tages. Why you say des Tages? This is something that we are going to discuss in the next course. So don't worry about it for now. Apple pie is Apfelstrudel. And actually Apfelstrudel is a very known Austrian dessert. So if you are in Austria, try Apfelstrudel. It's a must. Biscuits are kekse. Kekse. Let's try some verbs now. Starting with the verb to try, like to try something on. The verb to try means versuchen, and it's a normal verb. So let's see how we can use it. Ich versuche. Du versuchst. Sie, es versucht. Wir versuchen. Ihr versucht. And sie versuchen. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe versucht. Ich habe versucht. Again with the verb to buy, which is kaufen. Ich kaufe. Du kaufst. Sie, es kauft. Sie kaufen. Ihr kauft. And sie kaufen. And in der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gekauft. Ich habe gekauft. Now, let's practice. Those are some of those questions that I might ask you. And your job is to write a fitting answer to them. So read the questions, translate them, and find a fitting answer. So let's see. The first question is, wo sind Sie heute gewesen? Which means, where were you today? Sind gewesen comes from the verb sein. Remember? An answer could be, ich bin in den Schuhladen gegangen. I went to the shoe store. Haben Sie etwas gekauft? Did you buy something? Etwas means something. An answer could be ein paar Lederschuhe, a pair of leather shoes. And then I ask you, wie viel war es? How much was it? And you say something like 50 Euro, 50 euros. Let's try it again. The first question is, warst du gestern in der Bäckerei? Hast du etwas gekauft? Were you yesterday in the bakery? Did you buy something? The answer could be ja, und ich habe ein paar Kekse gekauft. Yes, and I bought a couple of cookies or biscuits. Lecker. Welche Kekse? Lecker means delicious or yummy in this case. Welche Kekse? I'm asking about the type of the biscuits. What kind of biscuits? And you say something like Schokolade. And I say sehr gut, which means very good. How are you doing? Now let's go through the new words. Schuhgeschäft. Ein paar Schuhe. Sportgeschäft. Bäckerei. Metzgerei. Fischgeschäft. Leder. Plastik. Handgemacht. Hergestellt in Deutschland. Lokales Produkt. Kuchen des Tages. Apfelstrudel. And finally, Kekse. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, I hope it was helpful, and I will see you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. But before we do, let's go through the old words one more time. Schuhgeschäft. Ein paar Schuhe. Sportgeschäft. Bäckerei. Metzgerei. Fischgeschäft. Leder. Plastik. Handgemacht. Hergestellt in Deutschland. Lokales Produkt. Kuchen des Tages. Apfelstrudel. And finally, Kekse. Let's start. Today, we are going to talk about sports. However, we are going to talk about it in the past. Sports in der Vergangenheit. Sports in der Vergangenheit. Let's start with some basic vocabulary. A field is das Feld. Das Feld. You can say, for example, football field, das Fußballfeld. Das Fußballfeld. Tennisfield, das Tennisfeld. Das Tennisfeld. Gym is das Fitnessstudio. Das Fitnessstudio. In this word you have 3 S's. 2 of them belong to the word fitness. And the third one is for the word studio. Fitness studio. Something like weightlifting is Gewicht heben. Gewicht heben. Gewicht means weight, and the verb lifting or lift means heben. Aerobics in German is the same as in English. Aerobic. The same goes for the word yoga. Yoga. Again with Pilates. Pilates. And again with the word training. The German version of it is Training. So you only have to roll your R. Training. Stretching is die Dehnung. Die Dehnung. Can you figure out how the verb from the word Dehnung would be? That's right. It's dehnen. Locker room is die Umkleidekabine. Die Umkleidekabine. Showers is die Dusche. Die Dusche. A personal trainer is der Personaltrainer. So it's similar, but you have to roll your R one more time. Der Personaltrainer. And the A in personal is more obvious than the English version. Personal. Personaltrainer. A gym card is die Fitnessstudio-Karte. So you are literally building the word. Die Fitnessstudio-Karte. And yes, usually such words are written in this way. The word membership is die Mitgliedschaft. Die Mitgliedschaft. Mitgliedschaft. Let's see how we can use the verb to lift. Heben. Starting with ich hebe. Du hebst. Sie es hebt. Wir heben. Ihr hebt. And sie heben. As you can see, the verb heben sounds similar to the verb haben. However, the differences are very important. To lift and to have. So be careful. In the Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe gehoben. Even though the verb to lift might sound something like you have to move in it, you still use haben with this verb in the Vergangenheit. So it's ich habe gehoben. Üben means to practice, and you already know this one. Let's see how we can use this verb when talking about sports or in life in general. Ich übe. Du übst. Sie es übt. Wir üben. Ihr übt. And sie üben. As you can see and hear, you really have to be careful how you pronounce O umlaut. Üben. And finally, ich habe geübt is the Vergangenheitsform. Ich habe geübt. Now, let's practice. I'm going to ask you 2 questions and you have to answer them. Read those questions, try to translate them, and answer with simple sentences. Let's see. The first question is, wann bist du diese Woche ins Fitnessstudio gegangen? Can you figure out what the question means? When did you go to the gym this week? Exactly. A possible answer could be, ich bin am Montag und Freitag gegangen. I went on Monday and Friday. And as you can see, on Monday is am Montag. So the word am is replacing on. Don't forget it. The other question is, was hast du dort gemacht? And as you can see, the word dort means there. Dort is there and da means here. Was hast du dort gemacht? What did you do there? And the answer could be, ich habe am Montag Yoga gemacht und am Freitag Gewichtheben. I did yoga on Monday and I lifted weights on Friday. Or I did weightlifting. This is another exercise. You have 4 sentences with 2 possible answers for each sentence. Read the sentence and try to choose the correct answer. So let's see. The first sentence, gestern habe ich Pilates gemacht. Yesterday I did Pilates. Here you have to choose between habe and war. However, you already know that the verb gemacht always takes haben. Therefore, habe is the correct form. Bist du als Kind ins Fußballcamp gegangen? Did you go to the football camp as a child? You know that the verb gegangen comes from the verb gehen. And you know that gehen takes sein and not haben. Therefore, the correct answer is the first one. And you also know that gegangen should be the last word in the sentence. So the correct sentence would be, bist du als Kind ins Fußballcamp gegangen? Letztes Jahr habe ich 40 Kilogramm gehoben. Here you have to choose between the present or the past tense. However, you have letztes Jahr at the beginning of the sentence, which means last year. And this says that the sentence is in the Vergangenheit. So you use habe ich gehoben and not hebe ich. And again, gehoben would be at the end of the sentence. Letztes Jahr habe ich 40 Kilogramm gehoben. And the last sentence, Marco hat Fußball gemocht or Marco hat Fußball geliebt. As you can see, both of those options are correct. The first one says that Marco likes football, and the other one says that Marco loves football. Now let's go through the new words one more time. Feld, Fußballfeld, Tennisfeld, Fitnessstudio, Gewichtheben, Aerobic, Training, Umkleidekabine, Trainer, Mitgliedskarte, Mitgliedschaft, and that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Before we start with this lesson, let's go through the old words one more time. Feld, Fußballfeld, Tennisfeld, Fitnessstudio, Gewichtheben, Aerobic, Training, Umkleidekabine, Trainer, Mitgliedskarte, and finally, Mitgliedschaft. Mitgliedschaft. So let's start. Today we are going to talk about injuries in general. The word injury itself means Verletzung. Verletzung. And the plural form is Verletzungen. Verletzungen. The word pain in German means der Schmerz. Der Schmerz. If you want to say something like it hurts, you say es tut weh. Es tut weh. A wound is die Wunde. Die Wunde. cut is der Schnitt. Der Schnitt. Bone is der Knochen. Der Knochen. And the word bone is one of those words in German where the singular form as well as the plural form are exactly the same. So you say der Knochen, Bone, or for bones you say die Knochen. The word stays exactly the same, except the article, of course. As you can see here, bones is die Knochen. Die Knochen. The word skin in German means die Haut. Die Haut. And blood is das Blut. Das Blut. A bandage is der Verband. Der Verband. The verb to bleed is bluten. Bluten, which comes from the noun Blut, blood. Bluten. And to break your bones or to break something in general. Brechen. Brechen. Let's see how we can use this verb. Starting with ich. Ich breche. Du brichst. So the E is now an I. Sie, es bricht. And then back to the normal form. Wir brechen. Ihr brecht. Sie brechen. And this verb in the Vergangenheit is ich habe gebrochen. Ich habe gebrochen. And gebrochen would always be the last word in the sentence. Let's do the same thing with bluten. Ich blute. Du blutest. So this verb is normal. Sie, es blutet. Wir bluten. Ihr blutet. And sie bluten. In der Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geblutet. Ich habe geblutet. To hurt is verletzen. Verletzung is injury and verletzen is to hurt. You can use this verb if you want to say, I'm hurting someone. However, if you want to say I am hurt, you say ich bin verletzt. Ich bin verletzt. So you change the verb verletzen and turn it into an adjective. Ich bin verletzt. And you can use this adjective with other pronouns, such as du bist verletzt, you are hurt, and so on. However, let's see how we can use this verb verletzen first. Ich verletze. Du verletzt. So there isn't an S because you have Z, and you can't write Z and S after each other. Therefore, the du form and the SES form are the same. Du verletzt, SES verletzt. Wir verletzen, back to the normal. Ihr verletzt, again. And finally, Sie verletzen. And in the Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe verletzt. Ich habe verletzt. If you want to say to cut oneself, you use the verb sich schneiden. Sich schneiden. And here you have to change both of those words. The verb schneiden and sich, based on your pronoun. This is being explained here better. Let's start with ich. Ich schneide mich means I cut myself. Ich schneide mich. Du schneidest dich. Er, sie, es schneidet sich. Wir schneiden uns. Ihr schneidet euch. And sie schneiden sich. So as you can see, the verb schneiden is going to be written as you already do. However, you have to also learn how to use the word sich. This word is also going to change based on your pronoun. For ich, you say mich. For du, you say dich. And so on. So it's actually important to know how to use the word sich in a sentence as well. The word sich stays exactly the same in the Vergangenheit. Ich is always mich. Du is always dich. And so on. So you say, for example, ich habe mich geschnitten. Ich habe mich geschnitten. So mich comes between habe and geschnitten. In other words, the verb haben comes first, and then geschnitten comes last. And in between come everything you want to say. For example, ich habe mich mit der Schere geschnitten. I cut myself with scissors. Let's try to exercise. A question for you. Welche Verletzungen haben Sie in der Vergangenheit gehabt? You can answer using those sentences. Ich habe meine bla 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 gebrochen. Or Ich habe meine bla 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 verletzt. Or you can build your own sentence with Ich habe meine and then add whatever you want to say. Try it. One of the possible answers is Ich habe meine Knochen gebrochen. Ich habe meine Knochen gebrochen. I broke my bones. Ich habe meine Augen verletzt. Ich habe meine Augen verletzt. I've hurt my eyes. And finally, ich habe meine Haut geschnitten. Ich habe meine Haut geschnitten. In such a sentence, it's not actually necessary to use the word sich. It depends on the sentence itself. Here, you are already mentioning that you've cut your own skin. So it doesn't make sense if you say, I've cut my skin myself, right? Now let's go through the words. Verletzung, Schmerz, es tut weh, schneiden, Knochen in singular and Knochen in plural. Haut, Blut, Verband or Pflaster. Pflaster is another word to say bandage. Bluten, brechen, sich verletzen, sich schneiden, and finally verletzt sein. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you next time. Bye bye! Welcome back to a new lesson. Willkommen! Before we start, let's go through the old words One more time. Verletzung. Schmerz. Es tut weh. Schneiden. Knochen. Haut. Blut. Verband or Pflaster. Bluten. Brechen. Sich verletzen. Sich schneiden. And finally, verletzt sein. Let's start with our new lesson. Starting with the sentence or the verb to meet up with friends. Sich mit Freunden zu treffen. You can also use this verb without zu, so it's only sich mit Freunden treffen. And when using this verb, you have to change two things. You have to change the verb based on your pronoun, and you have to change the word sich. As you can see here, starting with the pronoun ich treffe mich. Du triffst dich. Sie, es trifft sich. Wir treffen uns. Ihr trefft euch. And sie treffen sich. So, if you want to say, for example, I'm meeting up with James, you say, ich treffe mich mit James. And the same thing goes with every pronoun. If you say, for example, she is meeting up with Peter, sie trifft sich mit Peter. And this goes on and on. But for now, the most common one is going to be wir treffen uns, which means we are meeting up. And the final form, in der Vergangenheit, ich bin getroffen. Ich bin getroffen. But for now, we are going to focus on the present form. Another verb that could be useful is to spend time with friends. Zeit mit Freunden verbringen. Zeit mit Freunden verbringen. Let's see how you can use this verb. Here you only have to change the word verbringen itself. Ich verbringe. Du verbringst. Sie, es verbringt. Wir verbringen. Ihr verbringt. And sie verbringen. As you can see, the verb verbringen comes from the verb bringen, which means bring. However, the meaning of verbringen and bringen is completely different. So be careful here. And finally, the verb in the Vergangenheit is ich habe verbraucht. So it's the same as bringen in the Vergangenheit, but with verbraucht. To go out, in general, you say ausgehen. 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 So it comes from the verb gehen plus aus, which means out. And when you use this verb, you put the first part of this verb, which is aus, at the end of the sentence. As you can see here, ich gehe aus. Du gehst aus. Sie, es geht aus. Wir gehen aus. Ihr geht aus. And sie gehen aus. So if you want to say, I'm going out with my friends, you say, ich gehe mit meinen Freunden aus. So aus is going to be at the end of the sentence. And it's always like this. However, if the sentence is in the Vergangenheit, it's a bit different. Because the verb is in the Vergangenheit, the second part, which is ausgegangen, would come at the end of the sentence. So you say, ich bin mit meinen Freunden ausgegangen. Ausgegangen. So it's the Vergangenheitsform from the verb gehen, gegangen, plus aus. Ausgegangen. Ich bin mit meinen Freunden ausgegangen. The pub in German could either be die Bar, which is the common one, or das Pub. But usually almost everyone say die Bar. Disco in German is the same as in English. Die Disco. Die Disco. Again, with party, it's exactly the same word. Die Party. Die Party. The beach, however, is different. In German, you say der Strand. Der Strand. A question like, what time shall we meet? In German is either wie viel Uhr sollen wir uns treffen? Wie viel Uhr means at what time. Sollen is the verb should. uns treffen is the wir form from the verb sich treffen. Remember? Wie viel Uhr sollen wir uns treffen? And because you have two verbs in this question, which are sollen and treffen, the second verb is always going to be at the end of the sentence. Another way of saying this question is, wann sollen wir uns treffen? When should we meet up? Wann sollen wir uns treffen? An even shorter way of saying this question would be, wann treffen wir uns? So it's the same, but only using one verb, the verb treffen. Wann treffen wir uns? To ask where shall we meet is wo sollen wir uns treffen? Wo sollen wir uns treffen? If you want to say I'm in when talking about a project, for example, or a plan, you say ich bin dabei. I'm in. Ich bin dabei. Something like see you tonight is either bis heute Abend, bis heute Abend, which means see you tonight or until tonight, or wir sehen uns heute Abend. Wir sehen uns, which means we will see each other, literally, heute Abend. And you can change this sentence based on what you want to say. For example, bis morgen, until tomorrow, and so on. If you can't do something, you can say ich kann nicht. Ich kann nicht. As you remember, if you want to make a sentence negative, you only have to add the word nicht. A sentence like I have no plans is either ich habe keine Pläne, ich habe keine Pläne, which is literally translated into I have no plans, and keine is the word you add to also make a sentence negative. But here you are making the word Pläne negative. It's like no plans. Or you can say, ich habe nichts vor. I have nothing. Ich habe nichts vor. Nichts means nothing. Be careful. Nichts with an S at the end. And nicht is the way to make a sentence negative. Nicht, nichts. There is a big difference. Let's try to exercise. This is a dialogue between you and me. My lines are the black ones. And in between, you have to add the red lines that will fit the questions. So try it. possible answer is: Hallo, gehen wir heute Abend aus? Ja, ich bin dabei. Um wie viel Uhr treffen wir uns? Um 22 Uhr. Okay, wo treffen wir uns? Vor dem Pub. Super. Wir sehen uns heute Abend. Bis heute Abend. So, what does this dialogue mean? Hey, are we going out today? Yes, I'm in. When should we meet? At 10 o'clock. Okay, where are we meeting? In front of the pub. Super. See you tonight? See you tonight. Easy, right? Let's try it again. Read the black lines, try to translate them, and then write the fitting answers. Let's see. Hallo, sind Sie am Wochenende ausgegangen? Ja, ich bin mit meinem Fußballfreunden ausgegangen. Wo sind Sie gegangen? Zur Disco am Strand. Ich war noch nie dort. Können wir morgen zusammen gehen? Ja, natürlich. Okay, now let's translate. Hey, did you go out this weekend? Yes, I went out with my football friends. Where did you go? To the disco at the beach. I was never there. Noch nie dort means never there. Dort means there and nie means never. Können wir morgen zusammen gehen? Can we go together tomorrow? Ja, natürlich means yes, of course. Now, to finish, let's go through the new words one more time. Sich treffen. Verbringen. Ausgehen. Bar or pub. Disco. Party. Strand. Ich kann nicht. Ich habe nichts vor. Um wie viel Uhr sollen wir uns treffen? Wo sollen wir uns treffen? Ich bin dabei and bis heute Abend. Great job! That was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it and I will see you next time. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Before we start, let's go through the things we learned from our last lesson one more time. Sich treffen. Verbringen. Ausgehen. Bar or pub. Disco. Party. Strand. Ich kann nicht. Ich habe nichts vor. Um wie viel Uhr sollen wir uns treffen? Wo sollen wir uns treffen? Ich bin dabei and bis heute Abend. Good job! Today we are going to practice. We are going to build sentences, go through the things we learned from our last lessons. The first exercise is, you have to answer the question, wie war das Wetter gestern? Do you know what the question means? How was the weather yesterday? Try to answer this question. Write a couple of sentences and we are going to go through the answer or one of the correct answers in a moment. A possible correct answer is: Gestern war es kalt und es hat geregnet. Ich bin den ganzen Tag zu Hause geblieben. Let's try to translate the answer. Yesterday was cold and it has rained. I stayed the entire day home. In this case, if you want to say I stayed home, you say zu Hause. Ich bin den ganzen Tag zu Hause geblieben. Den ganzen Tag means the whole day. Let's try to translate again. You have those 3 sentences. Try to translate them. Last summer, it was very hot. I drank cold water every day. And every means jeden. Now, which is jetzt, it smiled. I prefer when it doesn't rain. Let's go through the correct answer together. Letzten Sommer war es sehr heiß. Ich habe jeden Tag kaltes Wasser getrunken. Jetzt ist es mild. Ich mag es mehr, wenn es nicht regnet. The last sentence, ich mag es mehr, means literally, I like it more when it doesn't rain. Wenn means when, and mehr means more. How are you doing so far? Now, in front of you, you have a dialogue. Or in other words, you have one part of the dialogue. The black lines are mine. In between, try to write a fitting answer. Haben Sie eine Mitgliedschaft im Fitnessstudio? Wann haben Sie begonnen? And then you answer. And I say, und wie viel haben Sie bezahlt? Bezahlt means paid. So the question means, and how much did you pay? You answer something, and I say, okay, es ist nicht teuer, which means expensive. So it's not expensive. Was machen Sie dort immer? What do you do there always? And then you answer with something. Try it. This is one of the many possible answers. Haben Sie eine Mitgliedschaft im Fitnessstudio? Wann haben Sie begonnen? Ja, ich habe letzten Monat begonnen. I started last month. Und wie viel haben Sie bezahlt? 45 Euro. Okay, es ist nicht teuer. Was machen Sie dort immer? Ich mache Pilates und Yoga. See? It's easy, right? For this exercise, you have 4 sentences. Each sentence has 2 possible answers. Read the sentence and try to choose the correct one. The correct answers are: Gestern habe ich einen Apfel gekauft. So you have to choose whether the sentence is in the Vergangenheit or not. And because you have gestern, which means yesterday, you know for a fact that the sentence is in the Vergangenheit. Therefore, you choose the first one. Habe ich gekauft. However, you already know that the second verb in the Vergangenheit, in this case it's gekauft, comes as the last word in the sentence. So the correct answer is: Gestern habe ich einen Apfel gekauft. Makes sense, right? The second one: Ich suche nach Lederschuhen. The sentence in English means I'm looking for leather shoes. Therefore, it doesn't make sense if you say Ich suche Lederschuhen. I'm looking leather shoes, right? Am Montag habe ich eine Bäckerei gesehen, not geschaut. Gesehen means look, and geschaut is watch. So it actually doesn't make a lot of sense to say, on Monday I watched a bakery, rather than on Monday I saw a bakery. And the last one: Ich habe ein paar Kekse gesessen or gegessen. So the sentence should be I ate some cookies. And you know that the verb eat is essen. And the Vergangenheitsform from essen is not gesessen, but gegessen. Gesessen, can you remember From which verb does the word gesessen come from? That's right, sitzen. And essen in der Vergangenheit is not gesessen, but gegessen. Let's continue. Again, back to the questions. Was war das Letzte, was Sie gekauft haben? The question translated is: Was war das Letzte, was Sie gekauft haben? What was the last thing that you bought? Try to answer. A possible answer is: Ich habe ein paar Lederschuhe und einen roten und gelben Schal gekauft. Try to translate this sentence. I bought a pair of leather shoes and a red and gelb scarf. Now try to translate again. Last year I broke the left foot. It was my first injury. First means erste. The correct answer is: Letztes Jahr habe ich meinen linken Fuß gebrochen. Es war meine erste Verletzung. You could either say, letztes Jahr habe ich meinen linken Fuß or den linken Fuß. I broke my left foot or I broke the left foot. Let's go back to the dialogue exercise. This time you are going to start. So read my answers and try to find the correct answers. possible answer is: Hallo, sollen wir heute Abend um 19 Uhr ausgehen? Hey, should we go out today at 7 o'clock? Ich bin dabei. Ich habe zu dieser Zeit nichts vor. Wohin gehen wir? I'm in. At that time, I have nothing to do. Where are we going to go? Gehen wir zu Déjà Vu? Let's go to Déjà Vu. Ich kenne den Ort nicht. Wo sollen wir uns treffen? I don't know that place. Where should we meet? Wir treffen uns vor meinem Haus. We meet in front of my home. Bis heute Abend. Until evening. Back to the translation. I went out with friends on Saturday and Friday. We met at the beach and we spent time together. The correct answer is: Ich bin am Samstag und Freitag mit Freunden ausgegangen. Wir haben uns am Strand getroffen und Zeit zusammen verbracht. To spend time is Zeit verbringen. And the Vergangenheitsform is haben or wir haben Zeit verbracht. And that was the end of this lesson. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I will see you in the next one. Bye bye! Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Today we are going to talk about travel and at the same time about words and verbs that you could use. Travels is die Reisen. Die Reisen. And reisen at the same time is the verb to travel. Ich reise. I travel. And so on. So let's start. Let's start with something like train. Train in German means der Zug. Der Zug. A car is das Auto. Das Auto. And the plural form is only by adding an S. Die Autos. Auto, Autos. A bus is der Bus. Der Bus. A plane is das Flugzeug. Das Flugzeug. If you want to say you are going on foot, you say zu Fuß. Zu Fuß. A hotel is das Hotel. Das Hotel. A hostel is either das Hostel, just like the English word, or the German version is das Wohnheim. Das Wohnheim. The word country in German has two versions. You could either say das Land, or der Staat. Der Staat with double A. However, the word city is die Stadt. Die Stadt. So you have der Staat, country, and die Stadt. The pronunciation could be a bit similar, so be careful. Let's continue with village. Village is das Dorf. Das Dorf. And the countryside is die Landschaft. Die Landschaft. The word far in German is weit. Weit. And if you want to say far from, you say weit von. Weit von. Near is neben. Neben. Such words are really useful, especially if you want to describe something where it is or where it stands. Expensive is teuer. Teuer. The opposite, cheap, is billig. Billig. The sentence to go by train is mit dem Zug fahren. Mit dem Zug fahren. And mit means with and not by, so be careful. And if you want to use this verb in a sentence, you could say something like Ich fahre mit dem Zug. I drive or I go by train, and so on. The other way to go by car is mit dem Auto fahren. Mit dem Auto fahren. And the reason why you write mit dem Auto instead of mit das Auto, we are going to discuss this in the next course. For now, learn the articles as they are. Mit dem Auto fahren. Ich fahre mit dem Auto. To go on foot is zu Fuß gehen. Zu Fuß gehen. Ich gehe zu Fuß. Du gehst zu Fuß. And so on. And to go by bus, mit dem Bus fahren. Mit dem Bus fahren. Ich fahre mit dem Bus. And to go by plane is either mit dem Flugzeug reisen, which means to travel by plane, or mit dem Flugzeug fliegen, which means to fly by plane. In German, you can't use the verb fahren with Flugzeug. You could either say I travel by plane or I fly by plane. Mit dem Flugzeug reisen, mit dem Flugzeug fliegen. As I mentioned at the beginning of this lesson, to travel, the verb is reisen. Reisen. And as you know, to drive is fahren. Fahren. To check in a hotel, for example, you could say einchecken. Einchecken. If you say I want to check in, ich möchte einchecken. Ich möchte einchecken. And the same with check out. But instead of ein, you use aus. So it's auschecken instead of einchecken. Auschecken. To have fun, in general, means Spaß haben. Spaß, which means fun, and haben, which means to have. And if you use this word in a sentence, you say something like Ich habe Spaß. Du hast Spaß. So you only change the verb haben based on your pronoun. Let's do a quick exercise. The question is, was war deine Lieblingsreise? Lieblingsreise means your favorite trip. Sag uns, was du gemacht hast. Wie bist du dorthin gefahren? Now, the question means, what was your favorite trip? Tell us, what did you do? How did you go there? dorthin means there. You could start your answer with meine Lieblingsreise war nach. My favorite trip was to. My answer is meine Lieblingsreise war nach Norwegen. Eine schöne Stadt. Ich habe viel Natur gesehen. Ich bin mit dem Flugzeug geflogen. So the answer translated is my favorite trip was to Norway, a beautiful country. I have seen a lot of nature. Viel means a lot. And finally, ich bin mit dem Flugzeug geflogen. I traveled by plane. Here you use the verb fliegen, but in the Vergangenheit. See? Now, let's go through the words one more time. Reisen, Zug, Auto, Bus, Flugzeug, zu Fuß, Hotel, Land, Stadt or Stadt, Landschaft, weit or weit von, neben, teuer, billig, reisen, fahren, einchecken, auschecken and Spaß haben. And that was the end of this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, bye-bye. Willkommen and welcome back to a new lesson. Let's start. Before we start, let's go through the old words one more time. Reisen, Zug, Auto, Bus, Flugzeug, zu Fuß, Hotel, Land, Stadt, Stadt or Stadt. Landschaft, weit and weit von, neben, teuer, billig, reisen, fahren, einchecken, auschecken, and finally, Spaß haben. For today, we are going to talk about how to take or make an appointment. Appointments, in plural, in German mean Termine. Termine. And the singular form is Termin. Termin. When talking about appointments, you could use at to specify a specific time, or on, like on a specific day of the week, and for, like the reason for your appointment. At in German is and on in this case is am, and for is für. So let's start. First, we are going to start with some basic vocabulary. Doctor in German is der Arzt. Der Arzt. Dentist is der Zahnarzt. Der Zahnarzt. And it continued like this. Augenarzt is your eye doctor. Ohrenarzt is your ears doctor, and so on. An office is das Büro. Das Büro. A meeting is das Treffen. But usually, when talking about appointments, you say the word die Besprechung instead of das Treffen. Das Treffen is more about a meeting between friends. But a kind of official meeting is die Besprechung. Die Besprechung. A hairdresser is der Friseur. Der Friseur. A visit in general is der Besuch. Der Besuch. A medical examination is medizinische Untersuchung. Medizinische Untersuchung. A beautician is either Kosmetiker for the masculine form, Kosmetiker, or Kosmetikerin. Kosmetikerin. To be available is verfügbar sein. Verfügbar sein. And you use the word verfügbar as an adjective, which means if you want to say I am available, then you say ich bin verfügbar. Du bist verfügbar, and so on. Something like the first available date is der erste verfügbare Termin. Der erste verfügbare Termin. To make an appointment, you say einen Termin ausmachen. Einen Termin ausmachen. And if you want to say something like I want to make an appointment, you say ich möchte einen Termin ausmachen. Easy, right? Let's see how we can use some of those verbs, starting with visit. Ich besuche. Du besuchst. Sie, es besucht. Wir besuchen. Ihr besucht. And sie besuchen. And finally, for the Vergangenheit, you say ich habe besucht. Ich habe besucht. The verb ausmachen, to make an appointment, has two syllables or two parts in it. Therefore, you have to change the verb machen, depending on the pronoun, and the word aus, from ausmachen, is going to be the last part of the whole sentence. So you use this verb in the following way, for example. Ich mache aus. Du machst aus. Sie, es macht aus. Wir machen aus. Ihr macht aus. And sie machen aus. If you want to say, I make an appointment, you say, ich mache einen Termin aus. So as you can see, aus is going to be the last word in the sentence, no matter what. As long as the verb is in the present. If you want to say it in the Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe einen Termin ausgemacht. Ausgemacht. So you put G and E in the middle between aus and the Vergangenheitsform from machen, which is macht. Ausgemacht. However, if you want to reschedule the appointment, you say der Termin verschieben. Der Termin verschieben. Or if you only want to change the time, you say die Zeit ändern. Die Zeit ändern. Ändern means to change. Let's see how we can use this verb. Ich ändere. Du änderst. Sie, es ändert. Wir ändern. Ihr ändert. And sie ändern. So as you can see, the verb is actually not that difficult. And in the Vergangenheit, you say, ich habe geändert. Ich habe geändert. To be early or to arrive early, you can either say früh sein, which means to be early, or früh ankommen, which means to arrive early. And as you can see, the verb ankommen also has two parts in it, an and kommen. Therefore, if you want to use this verb, an is going to be the last part of the sentence. Ich komme früh an, for example. The opposite, to be late or to arrive late, is spät sein or spät ankommen. Spät means late, and später with er means later. Spät, später. Late, later. I have a question for you. Rede über einen vergangenen Termin. This means talk about a past appointment. Vor 2 Tagen habe ich einen Arbeitstermin mit meinem Chef gehabt. 2 days ago, I had an appointment, a work appointment, with my boss. Ich komme nie zu spät. Nie means never. Therefore, the sentence means I never come late. Wir haben uns im Büro getroffen und 1 Stunde lang geredet. We met in the office and we talked for 1 hour. If you still have some problems understanding such sentences, that's completely alright. Building a sentence in German is a bit more complicated than English. We are going to discuss this subject exactly in the next course. but for this course you are only obligated to start building sentences, simple sentences. I'm writing such sentences that are longer just to give you an idea. If you had something simpler than this, that's perfect. Don't worry about it. Now, let's go through the new words one more time. Termin, Arzt, Zahnarzt, Büro, Friseur, Besuch, medizinische Untersuchung, Kosmetiker oder Kosmetikerin, verfügbar sein, einen Termin ausmachen oder verschieben, spät kommen or ankommen, and früh sein. And gratuliere. That was the end of this lesson. I will see you in the next one. Bye bye.